It's Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
That's right, Claire, because it's Monday. Monday from the beautiful house at Degas. This is Nemo Nation. Jimmy Mack, Dave Nemo, good morning.
Police in Virginia are asking members of the public to keep an eye out for a fugitive pig that remains at large in Charlottesville despite multiple sightings. The Albemarle County Police Department said reports started coming in Thursday afternoon about a black pig on the loose in the area of Owensville and Old Ballard Roads. Here's what the ACPD said in conjunction with the department on social media. They're working to locate and confine the animal, but it remains at large. The Post then urged residents to use caution while driving in the area, as the pig has been seen wandering into roadways. Police are asking anybody that spots the pig or has information on the animal's owner to please contact the department. Let me make this really clear, by the way, Dave, Andre.
Hello.
The pig is not a menace. People are concerned about the pig. They want people to approach the pig with caution, but not because the pig's going to hurt anybody. He's a frightened fella.
Oh.
He's out there on his own.
They're very smart.
They're very smart.
They
panic.
They're very emotional too.
Yeah, and they panic.
Yeah.
They got a lot of panic in them. As a matter of fact, anybody spends any quality time around pigs, and don't worry, somebody on the channel will be like, I say kill them and make them and bake them. It's really funny the number of people who have often stopped eating pork. The number of people who have stopped eating pork after spending some quality time around a pig. A lot of them ended up liking them so much. And look what happened on Green Acres.
Oh, I know.
I mean, Arnold Zucker, there's a pig with some personality.
Yeah.
It's one of the best pieces of dialogue Quentin Tarantino ever wrote, when they have the conversation about pigs with personality, where he says pig's a filthy animal. Pig's got personality.
Charlotte's Web, man.
Charlotte's Web, man.
Come on.
Charlotte's Web. Extraordinary pig. I'm telling you right now, man. Extraordinary pig. Although the argument was it was Charlotte that was extraordinary, not the pig. I mean, she's the one writing stuff.
Tomato avocado, man. All right.
You say tomato, I say avocado.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, anybody remember the name of the rat from Charlotte's Web?
There was a rat in Charlotte's
Oh
Web?
my God, he's important. He saves the day. Anybody remember the name of the rat? Played by Paul Lynde in the animated version.
Oh, I got to rewatch it.
Paul Lynde. You know, when you say Paul Lynde, I immediately flash on Hollywood Squares.
Have you ever watched any of those videos, by the way? Paul Lynde's clever comments on Hollywood Squares.
Yeah.
By the way, people say, back in the day, we didn't have any blue humor when I was doing... Go watch Paul Lynde. It ain't blue. It is... it is magenta. Is the what are you talking about? I'm Paul Lynde, baby. Who I think was like second cousin with Charles Nelson Riley.
Oh, yeah.
No, not really related, but they had the same behavioral pattern.
Yeah. It was like,
angry,
we're on
closeted
the
gay
same
guys.
bus. We're on the same bus.
Charles Nelson. You ever seen Alec Baldwin play Charles Nelson Riley?
Oh, no.
So they did this thing on Saturday Night Live once where Will Ferrell played James Tipton. James Lipton inside the actor's studio, and he goes, I want to bring to you the most magnificent actor in the universe. I want to present Charles Nelson Riley. Can you hear me okay? 'Cause
Yeah.
I can't hear anything. And there we go. There it is. I'm gone again. Hey guys, good morning. Welcome back.
Yeah, you're good.
Our
You're going
good friend Dave Nemo pulling out stuff, making the miracle happen. Bring the noise. Hey guys, this is Nemo Nation. Welcome to Nemo Nation. Leave your iHeart. I'm screwing this all up now. Leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, yak it up on YouTube, make some FaceTime on Facebook, live your best life on Live 365, and be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com, or ponder the possibilities of it all afterwards on all your favorite podcast platforms, because this is Nemo Nation. Forget those lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion, Grease Charlton, because this is the Monday edition of the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And you, too, can be a part of the action at 615-292-6366.
Or 615-292-NEMO.
All of it broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. And we want to give special congratulations to the finalists of Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence, and 3 of them are joining us today. And we're really, really excited about them, are we not?
We are absolutely excited about that. Charles Jones Jr. is going to be joining us here on the program. He runs with Rail now, and he and I have something in common. He was there twice. I was only there once, but we did a tour of Korea, South Korea. So it'd be interesting to see if he wound up at the same place I was.
Nice little connection tissue there. We got 2 other ones, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Macy Matisse with Melton Truck Lines is going to be joining us, and she was she was motor pool in the Army. Charles wasn't, though. He was into aircraft, so it's going to be interesting to find out how he wound up getting those 18 wheels on the road. And then Mark Scriven, he's with Stevens Transport. He'll be with us, too, right before 10 o'clock. And you know who's going to join us at 10 o'clock Central Time?
Chris T.
Yeah.
Chris T. You guys probably remember him from Freewheeling, which was on the previous platform way back in the day. They were at Sirius while you were at XM, correct?
Correct.
And they were there from the beginning, correct?
I think they were.
I mean,
yeah.
they were there from the beginning, back when I don't know how to put this, but people forget the trucking radio carried Sirius and XM for a long time. There's a lot of people who don't remember that.
All of the beta, well, not all, but the beta testers for I don't know about it Sirius, but at XM the beta testers, drivers.
And it was so important when they finally figured out at Sirius that it was important. I mean, they used to they were out in New York, right? They did that show out in New York, and they had a lot of big guests stop in. This is before Stern is there or anybody else is there. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, guys. At the end of the day, when you listen to anytime you listen into a lot of radio, remember, if they're not thinking about you when they're putting it together, they really aren't following a good business model. There's only 2 good business models I think you can follow when it comes to radio. When it comes to talk radio, one of which, of course, is trucking. The other of which is commuters. The idea that you can, and it's not the same audience, by the way. It really isn't. It can be. There's a crossover point, but I don't think it's the same audience. I'm sure there are people in New York and Los Angeles who can speak better about it than I can, but that's kind of the deal there. By the way, we always take a moment to recognize and celebrate national days. This national day is brought to you by TruckDown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. Since '97, truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through TruckDown, and these days they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com, and we can then turn our attention to
National Coffee Day. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one, and it is happening as we speak. Coffee goes back to the 15th century. They say it was really discovered in Yemen. There's a little bit more about that. But back, just like everything else in European history, there was a religious contention and component, and it became contentious because, just like the poor tomato, the coffee bean was seen as the devil's work. And the National Coffee Association said back in the 1600s, some people reacted to this new beverage with suspicion or fear, calling it the bitter invention of Satan. The local clergy condemned coffee when it came to Venice in 1615. The controversy was so great that Pope Clement VIII was asked to intervene. They had him drink a cup of coffee. He liked it. He gave it papal approval. But it was a while before the first coffee house ever opened. The first coffee house was in Venice, about 1645. But coffee houses here in America is where the revolution was born. And if it wasn't for the Boston Tea Party, we would probably not be drinking coffee here today.
Well, also there's a book by a guy named Odai Johnson called Rehearsing the Revolution, where he talks about the idea that it was the coffee drinkers who were the agitators, who were the real revolutionaries.
Hopped up on all that caffeine. That's what the problem was.
I wonder if there is a patron saint of coffee. You bring up Clement, stepping in and saving the day. It's Saint Drogo, by the way. He is recognized as the patron saint of shepherds and coffee house keepers. His feast day is celebrated April the 16th. The association with coffee likely arose as coffee became part of European monastic life, symbolizing wakefulness and contemplation. How about that? There is another national day. I know you've got some great coffee facts you're going to share with us over the course of the day and over the course of Nemo Nation. The other day, kind of worth talking about here really quickly, is National VFW Day. It's held every year on the 29th of September. This is a day for us to commemorate the hard work and sacrifice of veteran men and women who have selflessly served the United States of America. The VFW, of course, stands for Veterans of Foreign Wars, an organization established to support past and present American service members who have served in foreign wars, expeditions, or campaigns. And I am proud to have received an award from that organization.
Yes.
The Patriot Award. It was really, really nice of us.
Anniston, Alabama. We were all... The hurricane came. And
stuck my parents there for 2 to 3 days.
Right, because they took the train from New Orleans to Anniston. And the weather caused a delay in their return.
Amtrak. The hub, by the way, before we hit this break, is loaded and ready to roll. We've given you a few people that are going to be stopping by. We got a lot of places to get to in a short time to get there. It is Nemo Nation. Laurel Smith-Dorr is going to be joining us first up to bat, followed by Rick Gobble. Then we got a word from Toys or Tots. Dave mentioned Charles Jones Jr. We're going to keep up with the Joneses, though. We're going to go from Charles Jones Jr. to Jamie Jones, who I know also has some thoughts about the Guilty by Association truck show that she called us from on Friday to start the show off with. Steve Elliott is going to be joining us. Mike Roth, as we kind of make our way towards the messy middle, giving us another great update. Mark Scriven, Macy Matisse, Strike That, Reverse That, Chris T. We got 2 guests in the final hour, Dave. Actually, 3 guests in the final hour. Kelvin Kahatsu and Jeremy Remmer. You want to tell us a little bit about
Kelvin is the managing director of the Hawaii Transportation Association. And Hawaii Trucking Association has been around since 1939. Hawaii doesn't even become a state for another 20 years, so that's forward thinking.
They've been doing trucks before they've been doing statehood, let's just say
That's
that, okay?
right.
And then Jeremy, who we all know from the Project 61, is going to be dropping in with some words of encouragement and some shout-outs that he wants to give. We're always glad to give him a platform as well, friend of the show. Dave and I realize something, Dave, you and I are completely committed to the 61, even by not committing to the 61, given the time we spend at the gym.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there are days where I get 18,000 steps in. You know what?
It's
we're
funny.
doing our bit.
We can't. I had heard the guy who came up with the 10,000 steps thing. He was Japanese. He was in Japan. They asked him about that, and he said, "I don't know. I just like the number."
Yeah,
it didn't really mean that much.
No, it doesn't.
It became a whole
it's
thing.
3,000 to 4,000 is what's supposed to be. But
but
what they have found in kind of a retrofit of sorts, a retcon of sorts, they have found that if you're doing 10,000 steps a day, there's no way you're gaining weight. That if you actually are doing 10,000 steps a day in total over the course of an entire day, there is no way you're putting on weight. And I know somebody's listening going, "That's not true. I know I work my butt off." Okay, put the Fitbit on and count the steps. Let it happen then. Then take a week to figure out if you're in fact doing it, because 10,000 steps is a lot of steps. Most people take anywhere between 4 and 6. People who are active, who aren't like working out all the time. 10,000 steps is a lot of steps. It's a lot. If you're doing it though, man, you're making it happen. And you want to. And by the way, there was this really sad thing. I remember the documentary Hoop Dreams. It's the first one to be nominated for Best Picture. It actually it created the documentary category. Because of it, the documentary category, like the animated feature category, got created. And there's this crazy scene in Hoop Dreams where they're having an 18th birthday party for one of the 2 boys that is the subject of the documentary. They're both kids with amazing basketball promise, but not like Michael Jordan promise, but they have promise. They could go some places. Basketball is their ticket out of a bad situation. They have an 18th birthday party for him, and it's a crazy celebration. And you're like, man, they're making a really big deal out of this kid's 18th birthday party. And then it dawns on you, how few boys are at the party who are 18. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
Do you?
I don't think so, because they're too young.
18 years old in a black African-American inner city community. Why are they having a crazy, fun celebration for an 18-year-old birthday party? It made it.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
They're both going off to college.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big deal. Well, I hope we never get to a point where we start celebrating truck drivers' birthdays at 62.
Mm.
You follow me?
I hear you.
Where when you turn 62, you need to be congratulated and celebrated. That's what I'm kind of getting at here, guys. Don't forget to give us a call. We got a great show coming up for you. When we come back on the other side, we'll see if anybody gives us a call. We'll try this again, 615-292-6366.
Nemo.
We'll take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side of it. A little pledge, a little national anthem, a little bracing cup of Java on this National Coffee Day, and then we'll hit you with some news.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope and pray you're doing extremely well. Hey, got something I want to share with you, found in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 9. It says, God is faithful. Whoa, he come out the box. He said, God is faithful, by whom you were called into fellowship of his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Notice what Paul just said. Even though you may not feel like it, even though you may not think so, he said, God is faithful. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Since God is faithful, we should be faithful. We should be faithful to God. We should be faithful to each other. And we should be faithful in general. So my brothers and sisters, as you prepare to get out there this Monday, just remember how Paul started it off. God is faithful. So be faithful, because, hey, God is.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, thank you for that, Pastor, on this faithful Monday.
By the way, Paranormal Pie Man says morning and yo. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says good morning. Hashtag RGR. Madison, Dre, Jimmy, Dave. Joe J says good morning from Horse Cave, Kentucky. That's a pretty cool place, by the way. Over here at Nemo Nation and RGR. Earl and Joe Noble, as always, good morning, my family. Everyone have a great day. Bruce Almighty says good morning. Hashtag RGR. Roswell, New Mexico to Plainville, Texas. Paranormal Pie Man said, did anybody bring the breakfast? I had a donut. Dave had some crackers with peanut butter on it. Paranormal Pie Man says some eggs, bacon, toast, and cheese. And Joe J says, the only reason I have Sirius now is because the company paid for it. I canceled my pickup truck subscription. Good for you. Paranormal Pie Man says, I only resubbed for Dave, and then they left, and now I'm too lazy to cancel as I travel out in my personal vehicle, too. I understand. Our good friend Trucker Boaston says, 6 stops in 11 hours today, covering 435 miles. I agree with Paranormal Pie Man, who simply says, yikes. And then Butterball Promo Products is what our good friend Trucker Boson is making the miracle happen with. Welcome back to Nemo Nation.
You know, it's kind of funny. I shouldn't say this, but I got a letter from Sirius the other day, and what it was a $1.52 refund on my subscription cancellation. I thought that was pretty funny.
Oh, man. We had a celebration at my house. We actually took the app off of my mom and dad's TV. Took it down. He's like, take it down. I don't use that anymore. Let's get rid of that.
Today is the birthday of the VFW, going back to 1899. And I have a personal connection to the VFW. I'm not in it. Okay, I'm not a member, but my mom was very active in the VFW here in the New Orleans area. And she was in the Ladies Auxiliary. And Claire Marie's sister, back in 1976, she was 6 years old. She was the Miss VFW in West Wego, Louisiana. And she was in the convertible, in the parade, you know, waving to folks. It was pretty cool.
By the way, it's one of my favorite places of all time. WESTWEGO. It means exactly what you think it does.
Yeah.
It's West Wego is West We go. Welcome back to
West Bank.
Yeah.
We have the East Bank and the West Bank instead of the right and left, like Paris. I wonder why. Being New Orleans is over 300 years old.
Right.
It's French, Spanish. But what I'm getting at is, I wonder why in New Orleans we didn't pick up on right and left bank.
I think probably because of. I'm just making something up here. If I had to guess, it would be because of the Mississippi's importance to the whole country. West side, east side would be would kind of be my guess. That would kind of be it.
So big too.
So yeah, I mean it's a. And by the way, my other favorite name in New Orleans for a street is Lapalco.
Oh yeah.
LAPA
stands for
LCO, Lapalco, Louisiana.
Power and Light Company.
Power and Light Company. Just Lapalco.
You know, when I was a kid in Mississippi, there was, this is going back to the 60s to 50s, there was a character called Reddy Kilowatt. Do you remember Reddy Kilowatt? He was like a little guy, and his arms and legs were like lightning bolts and things. Really strange little character.
He was one of those people that told you to keep away from the power lines?
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of thing.
Reddy Kilowatt.
Okay. I can kind of get down with that. Hey, guys, we got some news to kind of cover here, Dre, so if you'd be so kind as to hook me up with some news music, we can merge into the news that is going on, all the news that is fit to print. Calling the current use of non-domiciled CDLs a national emergency and a threat to public safety, the U.S. Department of Transportation plans to drastically reduce eligibility. The new system is going to make non-citizens ineligible for a non-domiciled CDL unless they meet stricter requirements, including an employment-based visa and a federal immigration status check. During a news conference on Friday, that's the 26th, today, by the way, is the 29th, for those of you who keep up with such things, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the changes are in response to a recent series of fatal crashes caused by non-domiciled drivers. Speaking of domicile drivers, speaking of people who drive on four wheels, the Ohio Department of Transportation, dig this, is working to remind motorists to quit stopping in the middle of the highway. ODOT says, I know.
What happens here? It's collective stupidity. I mean, how does that even spread?
I mean, I'm going to read to you what happened, the event that they kind of single out here, and it makes perfect sense. Okay, I'm going to make this really clear. It doesn't make sense like, well, of course, now I get it. It makes sense why they do it. They're stupid. Mm-hmm. ODOT says that they are issuing the reminder in the wake of multiple crashes caused by motorists that don't want to miss their exit.
Okay.
So people are just stopping because, like, I got to get over. I need to get to my exit. Therefore, I'm going to stop in the middle of the road until somebody lets me over. It really is. I mean, and I've seen the mentality. I've been in cars with people who have that mentality.
Stop the car. Say in the say a 3-laner. Stop the car in the middle.
Let's go with a 4-laner,
Okay,
shall we? Let's go with a
okay.
4-laner, just because this will make sense. Exits on the left.
The exit's on the left?
Let's say exits on the left, exits on the right. Doesn't make any difference. Okay, doesn't make any difference.
Okay.
Person stops, have to get over into the lane to make the exit ramp. They stop because they're not in the proper lane, and they just wait for somebody to let them in, and they just do it that way. I have been in the car with somebody who has done that, and you know my brother Ryan. He and I are like going, next exit, roaring at these people. I'm telling you, there's a mentality about it, Dave, that is out of their mind. Recently, a truck hauling watermelons had to make a sudden stop for a motorist slowly crossing multiple lanes of traffic to take an exit they nearly missed. That accident caused the watermelons to spill across the roadway, resulting in traffic backups. It could have been so much worse. Here's the word from our friends, the PR department at ODOT. Luckily, that truck driver was paying attention and was able to bring their truck to a stop. Had he not, that could have ended very tragically. When you look at where that car was and the angle it would have been hit, if the truck driver had not been aware of the situation, it easily could have become a tragedy. And those are the words of ODOT Press Secretary Matt Brunning, who we know. Shout out to Matt. Yeah, Dave, I don't understand it. What is it? I understand it. I think it's stupid.
Well, it can't just be Ohio.
No, of course it is.
And it can't just have started to happen.
No.
So this is going to start building.
And they
now.
would not have pointed it out had it not been an ongoing problem. Had it been an anomaly, that had been like this. Remember, an anomaly is news. Had somebody done this and people don't do this, that's news. You follow me?
Yeah.
It's the fact that they're having to issue a reminder.
Don't stop.
I mean, I don't understand the mentality either. It's just, if you want to give us a call about that, by the way, before the turtle gets here or while the turtle is here, you can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO!
Give us a call, jump into the conversation, and be part of the scene over here. And, I don't know if I want to find out, by the way, if anybody found out if a truck driver's dog is still missing after a crash that sent drivers hauling doubles off an overpass and onto the roadway. I haven't gotten any news about that. The previous story, by the way, was from our friends over at CDL Life, and the message from Sean Duffy was the result of our friend Mark Schwemmer over at Landline, by the way. Speaking of Landline, we'll be talking to Jamie Jones in just a little bit here as we keep up with the Joneses.
And it's going to be hard to keep up with this new rule, too, because there are 7 points to the rule, and 3 of them I hardly understand.
We'll see what we can figure out on the other side of this break, guys. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch and back on the road.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It is Nemo Nation. Our good friend JB, 3237, diver driver, says good morning from the city of New Orleans. Paranormal Pie Man's got over 20-plus stops. He used to do 20 stops with a fire route over 400 miles. It sucked. I actually was quoting his laughter there. By the way, our good friend Trucker Boaston is at the I-20 West exit in Atlanta off 285. Don't worry, I'm not giving away your position. You're already past that point. Hope nobody stopped in the middle of the intersection to change lanes. Maybe somebody can, maybe Jamie Jones can explain the non-domiciled rule to you.
Maybe so, because somebody has to.
Like I said, I still was telling you over the break, I still think that the English proficiency test would solve all these problems. You could skip all this nonsense and be like, yeah, just pass the proficiency test with no help.
The way this is all set
Adopted,
up and written and set up and everything, it's very confusing, very complicated. A lot of T's and to cross, I's to dot. And I just wonder if they didn't make it so difficult that you're not going to bother.
Well, that's exactly. I was going to say, because you know who doesn't have a problem with any of this? American citizens.
Yeah.
If you're an American citizen, none of this applies to you.
Exactly.
You're good to go. You'll be okay. Speaking of American citizens we love, by the way, you can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292 Nemo!
Yeah, you can give us a call there.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to do that over the course of the next 3.5 hours. Our good friend, the Turtle, is joining us. Touchdown Tara, the Turtle Garris is here on the scene, and we will take your phone calls during this segment as well. Showtime made an attempt to kind of get in on the line. We'd love to have you back. Anybody else wants to call, just drop in. Hey, Turtle.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, good
How was your
morning.
weekend? Good morning, Dave.
Fantastic weekend. Are you having your first cup of coffee yet?
I am going to as soon as the segment is over with.
Do you know that today is National Coffee Day?
I did not. Wow. Well, a good way to celebrate with my morning cup of joe.
Do you know that coffee was not drunk originally? Coffee was chewed originally. First African tribes to start ingesting coffee used to take the beans and grind them up, and then they would put them in some animal fat, and they would roll them into little energy balls and take them out on their hunting expeditions and things like that. So I guess,
wow, I did not know that.
Isn't that something? Yeah, the first energy bar.
Here's one other piece of information. Is coffee a bean?
Well,
Coffee.
they call it a bean.
They call it a lot of things, by the way.
Yeah, there is something about what is a. There are a lot of different fruits and vegetables that you don't realize.
Fruit. Coffee is a fruit. By the way, my dad yesterday, in very, very kind of what I would call very old school, my mom made us French toast yesterday, and she said, how do you want it, guys? Do you want it with syrup or do you want it with powdered sugar? And my dad went, syrup. People who put powdered sugar on our fruits. And he said that, and my mom walked in, she said, that's how I take mine. And he goes, well, you're a peach, honey. You're a peach.
Oh, save. Nice save.
And then she left the room and he goes, yeah, but you're still a fruit. And he pointed at me. So, okay. Good morning, Dad. I know you're listening. Thanks for calling Mom a fruit. Nice save, though. Tara's right. Oh, Tara, go on.
Well, a lot of the times with this segment, we do have a theme, but today the comments are kind of coming in all directions. So let's dive in, shall we?
Please.
So Brownie F shared this. It says, I have proudly listened to Dave Nemo for over 1,000,000 miles. And Dave, you always have something that kind of is an analogy for something or a quote. So I was wondering if you had an analogy that would help me really put into perspective what hitting 1,000,000 miles kind of means or equates to, like the whole how many things around the earth, those kind of things. Do you have anything for this one?
No. As
I
weird
thought
as
you might.
well, as weird as it sounds, and it is kind of weird now. It doesn't just sound weird. I never really analyzed that. 1,000,000 miles
Well, maybe
is
we
like
should do that.
tremendous. So I guess, yeah, I do know that about 30 rounds around a tractor trailer is a mile. If you walked. You get me?
30 laps.
Are you still there?
If you get out of your rig and walk 30 laps around the truck, that's
mile.
essentially a mile. I mean, basically, and we'll
So
put this out there.
30 million rounds around that truck.
Yeah.
That's getting your steps in, brother.
That's putting in 10,000 steps and beyond. 10,000 steps and beyond. 1,000,000 miles. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to think about it. I mean, the basic math, of course, is 100,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
I mean, at the most basic sort of principle way, it's 100,000 miles a year. That's why a lot of these folks, really kind of rack it up. I mean, if in fact it's your passion, if in fact it's your gig. But it's a really great question, by the way, and we're going to throw it out to the chat. Let you guys kind of think about that, guys. Let us know when you hear that a guy's got 1,000,000 miles, that a gal's got 1,000,000 miles under his or her belt, what does that mean to you? When somebody tells you that, and how much, and how many years have to be attached to it to make it actually mean something? Because if I got 1,000,000 miles, I've been driving for 40 years and I got 1,000,000 miles. Like, what are you doing? I mean,
Well, we know guys who have 4 to 6 million miles.
Herschel Abbott, dude.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I think
6
my
million
kind
miles,
of
6.5
my
million miles.
brain was turning, and it was like, how they're always like, 10 million water bottles is what it takes to get around the earth, like something like that. Like, how many times does it take to get from, coast to coast, or you know what I mean, like that kind of analogy. So I wonder if we could make something like that, kind of an analogy for that, where I could understand it a little bit better. Because I know it's impressive, but I need something.
I knew there was a woman during the Olympics. One of the most celebrated swimmers had swum to the moon and back 3 times.
Wow.
Let that sink in. Let that sink in, by the way. And, 1,000,000 miles, I mean, think about what it means to go around the entire planet. I mean, you can just type that in, figure out what it means to go around the entire planet once, and then kind of do the math on that point, too.
There are a lot of ways to come to the answer to that question,
okay,
Tara.
so if you're doing 100,000, okay, so let's...
There are a million ways to get to those 1,000,000 miles.
Yeah, so I mean, so how many miles a month do you have to do to get 100,000 in a year? And then you start doing the add up. I mean, my good friend Junker, he writes me on an almost regular basis, letting me know how many miles he's gotten for the week. 23, 2,400. Think about that. Okay, you get 2,400 miles a week, and you get 4 weeks, and suddenly you're 10, and suddenly we're 120,000 miles. I mean, there are people who do, 150, 160,000 miles a year. You can get there pretty quickly. And if you know how to base it,
a Google search real quick. The United States is approximately 2,800 to 2,900 miles wide from Atlantic to Pacific. So if you do 1,000,000 divided by that, that's going across the country 344 times, which is that's what I kind of meant, was just like something to really put that number into perspective.
You just did it.
You did it.
I think I just did it, guys.
Formulate that
I'm
into
kind of
a bumper sticker, and we'll put it out there.
Yeah, 344 times across the U.S. would equal to that. I've never done that one time. So that's impressive.
Can I change topic just for 2 seconds?
Please.
I was leaving the house yesterday, and I saw a bumper sticker on a car. And it said, "Be the person your dog thinks you are." That's all I wanted to say. I just saw it, and I wanted to get it on the air. Yeah. The person your dog thinks you are.
The world, literally.
Yeah. Okay.
That was so sweet.
Can I say it? Go on.
Oh my
I did
Dave.
not have the ring. Let me try that again.
Well, that's the first time.
Go on.
There it is.
Thank you, Dave. I love that. First time Dave's ever really partaken in that. So we will go on to the next one that is from Richard A. It says, I grew up listening to Bill Mack, the Truck and Bozo, and the Dave Nemo show, and continued after I started my truck driving career. So, and then Ice Princess actually dropped in. Ice Princess, once again, big shout out. I go on to our YouTube channel every day. There are like so many comments from Ice Princess. So thank you for always dropping in into the
She's
post
been with us a
live
long
broadcast.
time.
Yes.
For about as long as we've been on.
Well,
Not here,
she,
but I mean everywhere.
yes, but a long time, yes. And all the comments, I try to get through them. There's so many, but this one says, when Tara was on talking about Bozo, Bozo would always say, always being hit with the frying pan from his wife. I'm so sorry, I forgot her handle. Also, people always saying Merry Christmas when they end their call and came no matter time of the year. So I've kind of heard other callers say that too, but I kind of thought that was their thing, saying Merry Christmas and like no matter the time of year at the end of a call. So is that like a long running thing?
Yes, that's an old time gag. The other one, my other favorite old time gag is, "Hey Dave, you heard who died, right?
No.
Napoleon." My brothers would do that to me all the time.
Bonaparte?
Yeah, Bonaparte gone.
Wow.
Gone. Died on Elba. They didn't get there in time. I mean, that kind of stuff is like, that's old school sort of, duding up in Dude Town ribbon. Hey Dave, if I don't see you before, happy Halloween. Stuff like that. I mean, just like, what are you talking?
Or like that, I haven't seen you since last year.
Yeah,
on the first of the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Say, hey Dave, I'll see you later.
Hey Dave, I'll see you later.
Not if I see you first.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff.
That's high school.
That's
right
high
there.
school stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all kind of high school stuff. Yeah, but I love Merry Christmas. I love when people say Merry Christmas.
It's fun. I love it.
My other favorite
Keeps
is
it fresh.
Lindsay loves to do this one too. Somebody will bring her a cup of coffee and she'll be like, "Thank you for your service." I just love
it.
Or when people like, "Oh man, I it took me 30 minutes of traffic to get here. Thank you for your service."
You know how they used to say that in ancient Rome, Tara?
No, I don't.
Gratitude for your servitude. Dude.
I love that. Bumper sticker.
Well, that's where the word "dude" comes from. Actually,
Yeah.
Dave and I figured out this morning. Didn't figure it out, but he kind of wanted the etymology of the word reputation, because we were talking about getting your reps in this morning, about practicing, get your reps in. And so we were talking about repetition. He goes, "Is that where we get the word reputation from?" And I said, "I think it is, actually. We looked it up, and reputare means to go over. It means to study in depth."
Wow.
And so reputare, and if you think about it, what does it mean to impute somebody or to put somebody into disrepute, which is to give
Yeah.
them a bad reputation? Reputation means how people judge you over a period of time. Meaning
Repeating.
it's not
Judging by your continual actions.
actions. It's
Wow,
not a
okay.
singular judgment. That a reputation is, one moment doesn't make a reputation, although there's a lot of sayings that say one moment can ruin your entire reputation. But that's exactly what it kind of comes down to. Sorry, that was our etymology moment, brought to you by
No,
truckdown.com.
I love it. We're getting philosophical this morning. Analogies and all these things.
Go on.
Well, we got a comment that came in after our education station segment about training future drivers. And this comment says, simulators would be cool. Didn't have that back in 2005 when I was in CDL school, at least not in my school. And that got me thinking. And that's why I love this segment, because we get to hear from you guys, but also makes me ponder things and learn new things about the industry. So my question was, are simulators advanced enough now to really compare to getting behind the wheel? And that question made me Google, can you obtain a CDL from a simulator training alone? And the answer is no. But do you think we'll ever see a day where someone could do all CDL training on simulator, never be inside of a truck, and obtain their CDL? I don't think so.
No.
But I wouldn't know what you guys think. Do you think they lack
No.
that real world training
No.
that we would get in a truck?
Not happening, and here's why. The better analogy is, think about the fact about how committed airline pilots are to simulation training, and there's no
Yes.
way they ever give anybody a chance to fly an airplane without flying an airplane first. That's what it kind of comes down to. It's interesting, by the way, speaking of simulators, watching college football this weekend, Dave. There's a quarterback plays for a team, and he's having a much better year this year. And they asked him what he did to improve his game, and he talked to a now NFL player who told him, he said, get on a simulator, and he actually all the time puts rep in on a simulator. And because of it, he's getting a chance to practice more than he ever would have before. That's the big advantage of simulators. It isn't a substitute for real time, but it is a great way to kind of practice and get your motor skills down for when the real time does occur. I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, in the world of drifting, which I sit in a lot, there's a young Formula Drift driver who's the youngest to ever win a competition, and he's actually logged more laps on the sim than any of the veteran drivers have in real life. And so he's got so much more practice than them, but not in the real life scenario. And he's got a lot of success now. He's winning championships and all this stuff, but his style is definitely different than the old school drivers. And they're kind of getting irritated because he's taking a new approach to it, but it's just because he was only ever on sim.
I'm going to say this, and we got to get to a phone call from Packrat. We got to jump in with him and
Please.
Showtime as well. We got Showtime and Packrat. Okay, we got 3 phone calls. We're going to get to all of them in the course of the next,
Love that.
11 minutes, 12 minutes or so. There is no substitute for practice. Everybody says, well, there's the real world. Well, of course, but if you want to go into the real world, there's no substitute in this profession or any other. The idea that it's like if you should always be practicing. Always be practicing. The idea that when we do our jobs, if you're not saying your openings in front of a mirror in the morning, if you're not doing it while you're brushing your teeth, you're already one step behind the competition. It's that simple. We got to go to the phones here, Dave. We got Showtime on first, then we'll get to
Showtime.
Packrat. Good morning, Showtime.
Morning.
Hey, good morning.
I just sent you an email. Morning,
morning.
Dave. Hey, Tara. Hey, I just sent you an email, Jimmy, of what I've got on the truck that I'm delivering this morning.
Oh, fantastic. I'll take a look at that really quickly. Email or text message?
Email.
Okay, great. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Go on, Showtime.
Okay. Real quick, on the crash you were talking about earlier, you see it all the time. People go to miss their exit, and here's the thing. They drive it every day, but they're not paying attention. So all of a sudden they're like, oh, my exit. So instead of, oh, I missed it, I'll just go down, turn around, come back. They just stop on the road and wait for everybody to, till they can get over. And to me, if they're caught doing that, they ought to lose their license for 30 days.
I'm kind of down with that.
And impound their cars. They can ride a bus for 30 days. It's ridiculous. You see it, and it's not just cars doing it, too. I've seen trucks do the exact same thing. And it's just, they don't realize how dangerous it is when they do that, And then real quick, when you talk about the simulators, if they ever license a driver who is just strictly on a simulator, I'll guarantee he'll crash in the first 10 days. Because you don't get the feel of the truck leaning and stuff. So there's so much there that a simulator can't give you.
It's like being an expert at a punching bag and just tearing the hell out of it and then getting into a real
You're
fight.
doing great till you get punched.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a good one, Dave.
Well, that's who came up with that? The famous
Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was just trying to think of that one, Jimmy.
What state were you in?
Right,
what state? We were talking about Ohio this morning, but as I mentioned, it can't just be Ohio, and it's been going on for some time now. That's gotten some attention, and it's getting a lot of attention around here now. But where were you? In what states?
Well, this just happens everywhere, Dave.
Okay.
Where you see this stuff.
Yeah.
And here's the problem. Or people look at their GPS, or they're looking at their phones, whatever. People don't start looking ahead of time to see what exit they're at. They think, well, I'll just get up here. Here's the exit, and all of a sudden, oh, it's in the left lane, and I'm in the right lane. Well, I'm just going to go all the way across. Because they do not look ahead.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest thing out here. People are looking off the hood of their car. They're not looking down the road.
Showtime will make you laugh. I call the people who come across 4 and 5 lanes, I call them the I won the war crowd. I notice it comes in 2 forms. It's either some tiny woman who's sitting on 5 phone books who actually kind of comes across 4 or 5 lanes to get to their exit, or it's some guy who has, God bless him, a VFW sticker on the back of their license plate and goes, I won the war single-handedly, here I come.
It's way more than that. But you know what I call them, Jimmy?
What's that?
You know what I call them?
What's that?
Cloud counters. They're just driving around counting clouds. They're not looking where they're going. They're just counting clouds.
I actually go across 3, 4, 5 lanes, though, as quickly as I can when I get on the interstate, because I want to be in the lane I need to be.
We're not talking about that, Dave.
No, I know you're not.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is you don't see people doing that.
No,
That's
you
what
don't.
you want to do.
You
Get
wanna-
in the lane you need to be in when you get on the highway.
Yeah, the moment you have an opportunity to do it safely, you need to get to where you need to get as quickly as you need to get there. And what really drives me crazy is watching people who will go in a quicker lane because they want to have the best position when they. It's like, dude, just take your time, get to the lane you need to get to, and if it goes a little bit slower, tough. Nitty in the big city is all I'm just going to say, and going to leave it at that. Showtime.
Well,
go ahead.
I like the ones that make 10 lane changes in a half mile, and you're behind them, and you're still the same distance apart.
Oh yeah,
so they go back and forth. They don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I love pulling up next to him at the light and being like, "Man, look, you won. You got here first."
You just look over and raise your hand like, "What are you doing?" All right, you guys have a great day. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Showtime.
Thank you, man.
We got to drop our good friend Pack Rat in the conversation. What's going on, man? He's got a story for us.
Good morning.
Good
Dave,
morning.
Jimmy Mack, and Miss Tara.
Good morning.
I have an English good morning. I have an English proficiency story to tell you. This is a long time ago. It's about 20 years ago. The company I was working for, we had 3 trailer loads going down to Laredo. They were inbound going to Mexico, and we had to stop at a cross dock there and get onto the dock, and we find the dock supervisor, and he could barely speak English, but we were able to get out that back in the docks, blah blah blah, and we parked. And next time we see a truck coming into the yard, it was from Quebec. And I said to the other 2 drivers there, "This ought to be interesting. A French guy and a Mexican who could barely speak English." And so he comes to the dock. The French driver. He asks us where to find the dock supervisor. So we told him where to go to find him. And next thing you know, they're coming out in the dock. No. Actually, what happened was. We warned him. He said the guy can barely speak English. Okay, and then the driver says, "Well, that's okay because I can speak Spanish."
Oh my God, yeah, and that's, by the way, and here's the thing is, I know you've heard me say it on Education Station a lot. I've really encouraged a lot of our fellow drivers out there to learn other languages.
Learn other languages is a good thing there. So I said to the other driver, "Man, do I ever feel stupid?"
Yeah, but the thing is though, Pack Rat, what I will say though is that I encourage our friends out there to do that, not to make life easier on those people. I'm not kidding. I mean, it's not our job to make life easier on people, but it's to make their own lives easier, and to also put yourself in a position where you don't get shut out. I mean, I almost say learn a foreign language out of spite, if for no other reason. That moment. Yeah. Have you ever been in a restaurant where somebody talks bad about you in a foreign language and you know it and you go, "Excuse me," and like, "Dumb American, huh? Dumb Canadian, huh? Okay, fine. I'm listening. I got you. I know where you're coming from." Really quickly, congratulations. You guys have the best team in the NFL. The Buffalo Bills look.
So far, yeah.
He is something special, dude. That young man is something special. He flicks his wrist and the ball goes 40 yards on a rope. He is just
absolutely.
He's an amazing gift. I just wish that Spencer Rattler had gotten a good coach like he has now 2 years ago. He might be in better shape. Pack Rat, thank you for the phone call. We got one more call to get to, my brother. Thank you, sir.
Okay, guys, all the best.
All the best. Dre, who do I got?
Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty in the house.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's happening?
Morning.
I finally got teleported out of Roswell, so drinking my coffee. So I thought I would faithfully call Nemo.
Nicely done.
Pastor John
said. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Not much. I had a good weekend. I ended up. I think I commented. I went to Harvest Days in Dimmitt, Texas. That's where my mother-in-law lives, so we did that on Saturday, and then I took an extra couple of days off, so I had 4 days off. Now I'm working 3, and then I'm off 3 more days.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a nice balance.
That's a nice balance. That's what Dave said. That gets so good, so bad it's good again. That's one of those things too, where you got to do 3 hard, but then you got 3 off coming for you, right?
Yes, And the weirdest thing was, and maybe you feel this a little bit, Jimmy, but it's like I took this time off. Now I've got 3 more days off. I mean, it's all paid, but I felt guilty for taking time off.
No, oh my God. I mean, and I know Dre feels that way sometimes when he's not like enjoying the hell out of the fact that he actually has days off now. There have been times where when Dre and I first started getting weekends off, we would call each other on Saturday morning. What are you doing? Yeah. What are you doing? What's going on? What's happening? It's hard to adjust to days off sometimes, isn't it? When you get used to working all the time, you don't know what to do with yourself at first.
I guess coming from the restaurant, you'd have to ask for your vacation, and then you try to catch up everything before you went on vacation, and then when you came back, you said, "Why did I go on vacation?"
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And what I really
the wall is not good.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, like the Marta Wall isn't over there saying, "Well, while you were gone, we couldn't deliver these 5 trailers. They're over there waiting on you." That doesn't happen.
No, it does not. It does not. I'll tell you this, though. One of the things that I really used to hate about having different days off than everybody else is that I would still get phone calls from people on Monday and Tuesday, and only Tara would hold to that, meaning that Tara was the only one who was like, "I'm not calling Jimmy on a Monday. I'm not doing it. Why? It's his day off." Everybody else, no problem. Call you. They'd call you. They'd be like, "Hey, I got work. I got to get done here." All right, Bruce Almighty. It's good to hear your voice. Be safe.
All right. Y'all have a great day.
Oh, good to talk to Bruce. Good to talk to Bruce. Tara, Dave, say it with me. Go on.
Well, the last question's kind of a long form question, so I was kind of thinking I could shift that to next Monday and just let you guys kind of wrap up before all of your guests. I'm really excited. All the transition trucking and everything, the lineup is insane for the rest of the show.
Yeah, and just to kind of give people a sense while Tara is still here, our first guest of the morning is a professor of sociology from the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. Laurel Smith Dorr is going to be joining us to kind of shoot the breeze with us for a little bit here. Dave had these guys on a while back about a study, and they asked to come back on. We can't wait to talk to Laurel, and then, of course, we're going to keep up with the Joneses, too, because Charles Jones at 6:30 is going to be followed by Jamie Jones, who we'll be talking to at the top of the at the top of the hour when she shows up here on the scene. But after Laurel, our good friend Rick Gobble is going to be here, and then Toys for Tots are dropping in. Lots of great stuff going on this morning. Tara, thank you so much. Best of mornings to you. We love you. And by the way, how's the house coming?
Okay, they were supposed to start it last week and then they got rained out. So I'm crossing my fingers that we break ground today and we'll be dried in like 2 weeks, which is insane to me. That means the world to us. So very exciting. But you guys have a great rest of the show. Thanks for having me. Loved the phone calls. It just brings to the conversation just what I'm trying to put into this segment through texting and messaging. So thanks for calling in, guys, and appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Tara. And Tara's absolutely right. It is Breaker Back Talk is created for you to get your words in here on the social media. It also means you should call and be part of that conversation too. Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio are built for you to participate. We Should Write are built for you to enjoy, listen, and be encouraged to write. Laurel Smith Dorr is coming up next.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
A couple of years ago, literally, I think it was November of 2023, Professor Shannon Roberts from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, was on the program with us to talk about a new idea that they were putting together to kind of see what truck drivers, professional truck drivers, and the new world of automation, how are they going to mash up and how are they going to work together? And a couple of years later, they are ready to roll with an incredible program that I'm really excited about. It's called Photo Voice. It's a study where you as a professional driver would on the phone, talk. Well, you know what? You don't want me to tell you about
There you
it.
go.
You want Professor Laurel Smith Dorr, professor of sociology at the University of Massachusetts, to tell us about that. Good morning, Dr. Dorr. And sorry, I kind of got off the road without you there. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on the show. I really appreciate it.
Well, I got to tell you something, and I'm going to turn it over to you and give you do the whole thing. But here's the deal. Back in 1971, I got into the trucking radio world, and I really soon realized who the folks were behind the wheel. We have had a great relationship through the years, through the decades, and I can tell you, they can talk. They've got stories, and they love to take pictures, and some of the photos that they take are fascinating. And that kind of lays a little foundation that I'm going to ask you to kind of fill in here.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much. So as you mentioned, my study is part of this larger project at UMass Amherst, and we're really interested in centering the driver in understanding automation and the future of trucking.
Of all people.
So there's been, I know, right? There's been so much discussion about automation and AI in trucking, often with this focus on driverless trucks. And it's so interesting to me that the people who are doing that talking, whether they think automation is, the best thing or the worst thing, often they're, talking about automation as something that's just inevitable, like it's going to come, there are going to be driverless trucks. But, in that discussion, right, we're missing is the perspectives of truck drivers themselves. So that's what this study is about, is, it's really set up to learn what truck drivers think about the future of work in trucking. And as you said, thanks for, giving a preview. The method that we use is called Photo Voice. And it's really about hearing drivers' stories about technology, their work, and automation alongside of the photographs that they take. So the first thing I want to say, Dave, is that I want to say a big thank you to all the drivers who have participated in the study so far. We've really learned a lot about their insights, including skepticism about whether that level of automation with driverless trucks is actually possible in the near future. And so, what we're hearing and seeing from their pictures is that the trucking system is really complex. And there's concern expressed about automation without drivers on board that involves public roads, right? So, so it's been really interesting to sort of see the pictures and hear the stories. And it seems like drivers sort of have this sense of responsibility that their work involves maintaining public safety with trucks on the road.
Oh, yeah, no question.
Yeah, yeah. And, there's also a lot of variety in the stories that we hear too. So we've been talking with newer and more experienced drivers, unionized drivers, women drivers, hazardous materials drivers, owner-operators, and everybody brings something different to the table. So I feel like I still have a lot to learn and need to talk to more truck drivers from across the country because we really need to know what you all have to tell us about the future of trucking.
I would also, by the way, Jimmy Mack here. I would also, Professor, just ask you guys, take a moment. We'll actually post it later on. We do a segment every Monday at 7:30 in the center called Breaker Back Talk, where our associate producer comes on and reads the comments of all the drivers out there about both our content but also their experiences on the road. We've been talking all morning for the last hour about the ODOT, Ohio Department of Transportation, actually issued another warning to motorists to stop stopping in the middle of intersections in order to get over by a lane. And there is a really, could have been awful story about a watermelon truck that could have caused an absolute disaster if the driver hadn't been paying attention. One of the things that we have on a regular basis here is that there's a lot of drivers who say, yeah, of course, you can go to automated vehicles, provided the four-wheelers actually, join the system as well, too. And I think a lot of the drivers feel like that until we get human beings, particularly soccer moms, in a situation with, and I'm not picking on soccer moms, but here's the thing, soccer moms aren't the bad guys. A lot of the truck drivers will tell you they love their soccer moms. They know they have precious cargo. With the problem is everybody else out there, and as you pointed out so beautifully, a lot of our friends out there feel responsible for public safety. I mean, Dave and I could tell you stories, and our listeners could as well. And we're going to, by the way, give them, before we go any further, tell them where they can go to participate, because we have a lot of people commenting right now on our, on our chat room. Where can they go?
Great. Yes. So yes, your listeners can help. At any truck drivers with a CDL and some experience on the road. We're especially interested in long haul. Who would like to participate can email us at umassfutureoftrucking@gmail.com. So that's all one word and all lowercase, umassfutureoftrucking@gmail.com. And so if you email us, we'll send you a link. I think you may even have a link somewhere, Dave and Jimmy Mack, where we have a short intake survey, and we'll ask truck drivers who are responding about their background, how long they've had their CDL. It's just very short. And then if they agree to participate in the study after doing that little short survey, it involves 2 sessions actually on Zoom. So we do sort of a video version of a call. And in the first session, we hear from drivers about their ideas for the main themes that they think need to be understood about automation in the work of driving a truck and the future of trucking. So the truck drivers are setting the agenda. It's not like we have a series of questions we're asking them. It's really the participants who are telling us what we need to know. And then they have about a week to take photos related to the themes that come up in the first session, or find them on their camera roll. That's okay too. And then, in the second session, which is a week later, the participants share their photos on the Zoom screen and tell their stories about those photos to make their points about things that we all need to know about trucking now and the future of trucking. We realize this is pretty time intensive, right? This is kind of a lot. So we do compensate the participant truck drivers $150 for being in the study.
We are going to do two things, and then Dave's got a final question for you. We are going to reach out to our friends at Trucking with OIDA because we feel like that you should go on their podcast as well. It comes immediately after ours. We'll reach out to Ashley and Scott there. I've actually posted UMass Future of Trucking at gmail.com on our YouTube chat, guys. Please reach out and let them know you want to participate. And we will be happy to send you, by the way, any photos that we get. We get a lot of photos from folks. Our good friend Weasel over in South Dakota, our good friend Junker. Showtime just sent me all the pictures of the BMWs that he's hauling. Some beautiful cars, by the way. We got all kinds of folks out here that can kind of help. Dave, you get the last question here before we got to say goodbye.
Well, I just wanted to ask very quickly if there is a trend in the reception of the automation to the degree that we have it now. Are drivers more just against it, or are they looking for ways to incorporate it?
Yeah, you know what I love about talking to truck drivers with their photos is that they are careful thinkers about automation. So they tell us what they like about automation, and they tell us what they don't like about automation now, and use that to really make a case almost for like, here's why they don't think automation will work if it's driverless. And so, like I said, I've learned a lot.
As much as we would like it to work. In other words, are you getting well, I'd like this to work, but it's just not going to happen. Is that kind of the gist?
Yeah. Some people are like, and then some people are against it. So there's kind of a range of opinions, but like I said, it's not just kind of a knee jerk the way that, the pundits seem to be like, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread, or this is, the most awful thing ever. It's careful thinking about like, well, this aspect of automation. And often it's like when truck drivers are able to make the decisions based on their experience and the technology helps them to do that. That's the kind of automation that seems to work best in their work.
Yeah.
I mean, this is maybe not that surprising, but then the technologies that are used to, surveil their work, like, the cameras that face into the cab and things like that.
When the cameras came out, it was like, whoa.
Oh, my God, yeah. People, you get a whole group of people who actually got involved in trucking to be left alone, and now you're telling them they got a camera in their face. Laurel Smith Dorr is a professor of sociology at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. By the way, in case you guys haven't figured it out, she studies the organization of science and technology in order to understand how knowledge production can serve people more broadly. I actually get all of that. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Smith Dorr. It is a pleasure having you on. We're going to get you on a whole bunch of other stuff. This is an important project. Thank you so much.
Say hi to Professor Roberts for me, too, if you would.
I will do that, yes. I will say hi to her. Thanks.
Nemo Nation continues in just one moment.
How long has instant coffee been around?
How long has it been around?
Since 1771.
Ooh, man.
And guess where? The home place of tea, England. And it didn't become produced here in the United States until 1910, 139 years later.
Oh man, you gotta have
you
gotta have that instant coffee. You gotta have that backup canister in the refrigerator, in the freezer, to be able to take out and make in a moment's notice, so somebody never asks you for coffee again at your house.
Mm-hmm.
It's important. Mm-hmm. By the way, I wonder how much instant coffee Rick Gobble has had.
Wow, that's a good question, Rick. Or did you ever drink instant coffee? Good morning. Rick?
Good morning. How are you?
Okay. Today is National Coffee Day, Rick. That's why we're talking about coffee.
Yeah, we drink instant coffee. Was it Sanka? Was one of them?
Oh God, it just sounds bad, doesn't it?
It was as close as you could get to not having any coffee at all.
Exactly.
We drank it, tear them little packages open, and we drink it. And then I remember it came in jars, so I didn't hear the dates. You said they started using it, but I'm going to say is in the I don't know, around what I knew is probably in the 50s or 60s. I don't know.
Sure. I had an uncle, and my aunt asked him if he wanted some instant coffee, and this was when I was a kid, and he says, "What? We don't have any dishwater left?"
Yeah. Well, sometimes they would. I know I had back in those days. I had a little stomach issue, and the doctor told me if I'd quit drinking coffee. Of course, being on the state and riding around in that patrol car and having a little extra time here and there, we drank too much coffee, and so there for a while I would do the Cinco, but that passed, and I don't know the last I even thought of it.
By the way, in case you guys haven't figured out, friend of the show and regular recurring member of the reconstituted road gang, Rick Gobble, president and chief consultant at Gobble Transportation Safety, joins us as he is off to do on Nemo Nation. Good morning to you, Rick. Welcome back.
Thank you. Always glad to be back. Always look forward to it. Did a little reading like I try to do before I come on the show, see if anything's going on. Of course, there always is something going on when it relates to trucking, and I'm real proud and real pleased to be able to be a part of it.
Fantastic. So what have you been reading about then this weekend?
About that thing where these foreign CDLs issues with Sean Duffy, I'm sorry. He put out an emergency regulation. There was issues with that when I was there, that someone would come over here to this country with a CDL from a foreign country, and they would either operate on it under a visa for a while, or they would flip it to a U.S. CDL. And then in California, apparently, according to this news release that Mr. Duffy has put out, it's really been an issue in a lot of states, but he went ahead and actually mentioned California. We had some issues here in Tennessee when I was division administrator with CDL programs and some CDLs that should not have been issued. I always thought it was stupid actually. So funny/stupid, that someone could come in the United States, couldn't speak one word of English, and go down to the local driver's testing station and get a CDL. Couldn't speak a word of English. I got a CDL, which we said then, you couldn't drive a truck unless you can speak English, which has come back up again now, which is being enforced pretty stringent out there as I understand it. But anyway, they could not. Let's use North Carolina as one I was familiar with at the time. The North Carolina DMV would grant a guy a CDL in Mexican or some other foreign language. They had people there that would help them, translate their language to American. Issue them a CDL. The guy get in a truck and drive 5 miles down the road, hit a way station. They'd put him out of service for not being able to speak English. Same agency. So that's been around, and that's certainly not new. And I got a feeling this comes from that Florida accident where the driver was making the U-turn.
It does.
And the car run into it. And I feel like somebody finally said, you need to look at that. You need to look at that we're issuing these CDLs to, one, people that can't speak English, and two is we had problems here in Tennessee with third-party testers. It would just basically, I know we had one guy, third-party tester, that was issued. You're supposed to take 1 hour to do a third-party test. I don't remember exactly. I have to go back and read it, but I believe the skills test. They could do the skills test where they actually the driving test. And we had this driver, this guy in Tennessee, his third-party examiner. He was taking 1 hour to do one, and he was issuing 20 a day, and he did it 5 days a week. And we found out that he was just about half doing them, if he's even doing them at all. And we went to the U.S. Attorney's office, and we worked on an indictment, and he got out of it because he died in the process. That's the only reason he got out of it. But those are issues. And we had an issue out of Memphis where they were issuing CDLs, and it was basically coming through one particular examiner, and she got killed in a car wreck shortly before, right after we found out about it. It was real scary wasn't real scary. It was a real odd car wreck, and they thought she went off the road and hit this telephone pole. Caught on fire and burned up, and they thought that's what it was. But the autopsy showed that there was some gun showed she'd been shot in the head. So that one never went much further either. Don't know what happened to it. I retired and I never did hear any more about it. But we've had problems with CDLs, and I think Mr. Duffy is just, after this thing in Florida, we looked at it, we saw what a massive issue it is. We have to do something about it.
And Jim and I were talking about this a little bit earlier too on the show. I read through this too, and to me, it's very confusing. It's almost like it's so
strategically confusing.
So, is this one of those things to where you put it out there and you just kind of give up on it because you ain't going to be able to figure this out without a lawyer or something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me ask you. Let me kind of rephrase the question.
Yeah, thank you.
For my own understanding, are they making this so difficult in a way so that people won't even try to do it now, or they making it, or is it one of these things where they're making it so difficult because they want to make sure that anybody's doing it really is ready to do it, or is it one of?
I think the big thing, because if you read that press release, it says moving forward. Now, if they'd come back and said, look, we're going to take a look at these, we're going to call all these CDL back in. That's what we did in Tennessee. We called all the CDL, let each driver know that on this date, his CDL was going to be revoked if he didn't come in and take a test, and that works real well. But moving forward tells me that we're not going to go back and try to pull any of these people up like we have in the past and make them retest. Now, I do think that with this latest directive, must be able to speak English to a certain amount, then that's going to really change the way they do the CDLs. But reading on, and I just got through doing some work for one of my clients about using drivers on a visa with CDLs from foreign countries. And the wording I got back from the agency about 2 months ago was that's fine as long as their visa is valid. And that's mentioned, too, in that press release about once their visa expires, then they're no longer qualified to drive. So we got an awful lot of that over here in this country. And now, is this going to affect our trucking industry? Absolutely. I see where it's going to have a big effect on the trucking industry because we can't hire drivers now. And any time you throw these roadblocks out in the path to obtain a CDL and drive a truck, that's going to slow things down. Now, are we going to have a driver shortage that's going to affect commerce? We'll have to wait and see. But I know this, after the thing in Florida, the agency is, one, embarrassed and two, upset. That's kind of what it takes in order to get changes sometime. And it should help our existing drivers.
Yeah, and Rick, just to kind of follow up one more thing, I feel like, and if you get a chance, I don't know if you've gotten a chance to read it, but for bilingual, absolutely bilingual, and Hispanic Americans have made a really interesting proposal about the proficiency aspect of it, saying that they should just literally roll in the proficiency into a CDL test, and that you get certified in being proficient in English by passing the test, and to remove a lot of the what I would call aids and additional supplements that go into helping people who aren't so good at English pass the test in the first place. They're talking about cutting off the head of the hydra at the base, sort of. And if you get a chance, if you haven't looked at it already, I'd love to get your take on that at some point.
Well, I agree with that 100%. I don't have to read it. That's what we should do. That's what I was mentioning about the issue back in North Carolina back in those days. Why did they issue a CDL driver a CDL with an interpreter? Why do we do that? And he goes down the road and the same agency puts him out of service because he can't speak English. Why did we not do the English proficiency test before we issued or during the issuance of the CDL? That's just good common sense. I mean, my daddy could figure that out in just a few minutes, and he had an 8th grade education, but he's one of the smartest men I ever knew,
That's all you need. But I don't know if you know this, Rick, but an eighth grade education, actually up until about the 1990s, is actually the gold standard. If you have an eighth grade education, you can actually read Edgar Allan Poe. And as far as they're concerned, if you can read Edgar Allan Poe, you can read almost any complicated contract. Just saying. I mean,
Sure.
both of them are about
Okay.
basically gruesome things happening to people. rgobble.com. That is RGOBBEL.com. Nice little website. Gives you all the details on Rick. Dave, we got to tell Rick goodbye. I know
okay.
it goes by pretty fast, but we want to give him a little bit of extra time. Thank you, Rick. Thanks for making the time as always, man. We're going to get you on for a full half hour at some point, okay?
Okay, sounds good, guys. Y'all have a good day and a good week.
rgobble.com. Let's make a little shift here, shall we, Dre? Because of a happy scheduling accident, if we don't get a chance to cover everything for Toys for Tots in the time allotted, we'll be able to roll that over and still be able to talk to Charles Jones at full. We had a little bit of time to play with in the next half hour, so if we don't get through everything that Ted Miggs Sylvester, by the way, retired USMC Colonel and the Vice President of Marketing and Development for Marine Toys for Tots Foundation, we'll give him a little more time. Guys, go to toysfortots.org. By the way, Dave, I'm never quite in the mood for Christmas as I am until I hear Nat King Cole's Toys for Tots song. Makes me really happy. Good morning to you, Colonel Sylvester.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on your show.
Oh, well, thank you so much for being with us. This is Dave, and I just wanted to kind of give you a platform here to kind of tell us about Toys for Tots. Obviously, Toys for Tots is 1 year older than I am, 1947. So been around a long time, and we always, and as Jim indicated, we always equate Toys for Tots with Christmas, but you guys have really expanded to a year-round effort. Good 360. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about that when we get a chance to talk about how the literacy programs, foster care, all of those kinds of things have branched out with Toys for Tots. So it's got to be an exciting time for you guys.
Yeah. Well, just like you said, the Toys for Tots been around for a long time. This is our 78th year. We have 874 local chapters in all 50 states, D.C., Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands. And since 1947, our Marines and volunteers have distributed well over 700 million toys to 314 million children, last 78 years. Last year was a very big year for us, a record year. Again, we had about almost 50,000 volunteers helping out our local chapter coordinators and our Marines, distributing 31 million toys to 12.9 million children. Pretty significant reach, but we rely very heavily on the public. It's the Marine Corps' premier community action program, and it's the only charity run by a military service that actually supports the communities, the very communities that give us our service members. But to go into a little bit of our expanded mission, our president and CEO is a retired 3-star General Jim Laster. When he came on in 2020, which was during COVID, he knew that he saw that we had the ability to expand and provide emotional support to families in need, all year long, not just at Christmas. Of course, Christmas is our vast, it's our Super Bowl. That's where we support most of the children that we do throughout the year is during our holiday campaign, which is officially kicked off for this year so far right now. But yeah, we've expanded into several programs. We've had a literacy program. We distributed about 60 million books since 2008, but recently we've added a foster care program and disaster response program too. So outside of the holiday campaign, we don't have our local chapters and our logistical footprint of our Marine units. Marines can't do Toys for Tots year round. They're training and deploying and answering our nation's call. So we partner up with other organizations that have connections with local communities. For example, Good 360 is one of those. And we distribute hundreds of truckloads through Good 360, and they're connected with thousands of nonprofits throughout the U.S. And so we do that all spring and summer.
Well, maybe
just
some
because
of the truck
holidays
drivers who are listening now have delivered some of those books. You never can tell.
but possibly, yes. We do receive a lot of donated product and toys and books from corporate partners. So there's a lot of shipping and a lot of moving around. But the holiday campaign, we collect toys locally. But kind of getting back to the Good 360 partnership, they are affiliated with thousands of nonprofits, and they're connected with local chapters. Local communities. And whatever those organizations are providing normally, like could be food, could be clothing, or whatever support they provide, we add a toy, book, and game element to it, and we are able to do that through the spring and summer, and again just provide need, especially when there's a lot of disaster response. From the California fires, tornadoes,
Colonel Meigs,
Kentucky, Texas.
Colonel Sylvester, give me 1 second, by the way. We're going to take a quick break here, take care of people who take care of us. We're going to bring you back on the other side because there's some other stuff I want to talk about with you. Dave and I want to kind of dig in. It's Nemo Nation. It's Toys for Tots, Marine Toys for Tots Foundation. Go to toysfortots.org. We'll be right back with Colonel Meigs Sylvester. Ted is going to be talking with us. He's the VP of Marketing and Development for Marine Toys for Tots Foundation. Hold on.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that they, the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Amen. Live from the Fastport Studios on this beautiful Monday. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning to you, by the way. Dave and I are going to take you through the rest of the morning together. And then Dave has an upcoming recording he's going to be doing just a little bit with you, Dre. Nemo's Night Beat, by the way. Got some cool stuff to show you after the show's over with, Dave. Chris is going to be joining us from freewheeling back in the old days. A lot of echo chambers back to that. We'll be talking with Charles Jones Jr., the first of the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence nominees in just a moment here. I actually asked Colonel Meigs to join us on the other side of the break. He's the VP of Marketing and Development, Marines Toys for Tots Foundation. One of the things, Colonel, that I'm so deeply moved by that you guys have moved into is disaster relief, because I'm going to tell you a story. My family was deeply affected by Hurricane Katrina. I don't mind repeating this. 60 people, first cousins and higher, aunts, uncles, mom, dad, my brothers and sisters, in 30 minutes got 13 feet of water, and everything that I ever knew was gone. I had nieces who, and we know what little girls are like, 6-year-old girls, with their dolls, and all those dolls were gone. She lost every single one of her friends growing up with her. They all just got flooded out. And I don't think people truly understand what it means to be able to replace toys, not just to have toys at Christmas, but to be able to replace toys that are lost in natural disasters. That must be a really big impact on a lot of these children, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. When you experience an event like that and lose everything, it's just traumatic. And again, we try to come in and provide a little bit of emotional support, some kind of return to normalcy, as you're going through. We don't want to get in the way of first responders, right? So there's a time to let the first responders and essential needs be covered there. But shortly after, you have families in shelters or, just rebuilding the community. Again, you lost everything. Well, we can come in and help out a little bit, right? Provide some emotional support with some toys or some games for the kids and whatnot, some books just to help out. Again, try to gain a little return to normalcy there during a chaotic time, whether it be a hurricane, wildfires, tornadoes, floods. We try to move in when the time is right and provide some support to families as needed throughout the year.
I wanted to kind of follow up by asking you if you would like to kind of talk to our friends out there, many of whom are deeply involved in their community, citizen drivers, all, what they can do for the upcoming holiday season, what you guys are hoping for, what Toys for Tots would really like people to know, what Marine Toys for Tots Foundation would like folks out there to know about how they can help and how they can be a part of it.
Absolutely. Well, this is what Toys for Tots is known for. It's a holiday campaign, and we are all in getting prepared. We just brought our coordinators into an annual training conference to get them started, and on 1 October, in just a couple of days, is the official kickoff of the holiday campaign, where in all 50 states, 874 local chapters will be working with local businesses to collect toys or identifying the need of children in their area. And we could use the public's help, obviously, and dropping off a toy when you're out there doing your Christmas shopping. Drop an extra toy or two in a local collection box, and if you can't do that, if you just go to toysfortots.org and just make even a $5 or $10 donation will allow us to buy a package of toys for a child in need. We're getting ready to collect, sort, and distribute toys to over 10 million children in roughly a 2-month time frame, throughout November, December. So, public has never let us down. We're proud to be out there supporting our communities and helping out families in need.
Finally, just kind of wanted to kind of let people know we're talking to the Vice President of Marketing and Development of the Marine Corps Toys for Tots Foundation, Colonel Mig Sylvester. It's good to have you, by the way. You did 25 years in the Corps, correct? 25 years, right?
I did, yeah. I spent 25 years in the Marine Corps. I was a pilot by trade, flew F-18s, and I got a little too old for that, so they kind of stuffed me in the Pentagon and headquarters Marine Corps for the last few years. But I retired about 10 years ago and just had the opportunity to join the Marine Toys for Tots team, the foundation team, after hanging up the uniform.
I just want to let people know, to let you know what kind of person and what kind of people are actually running this organization. Miggs's final assignment was the Chief of Staff for the Office of Marine Forces Reserve, coordinating with various entities to integrate the reserve component into the total force. I got that right, huh? That was my best way to kind of summarize all the stuff that you did at the end, correct?
It is. That's correct. Yep.
And just wanted to give people a sense of the kind of quality people who are actually working in this particular area, and what an honor it is to have you on the show this morning. Thank you for your service. We will continue to promote this over the course of the next couple of months and make sure that all kids who want a toy, as our good friend Nat King Cole said, Toys for Tots. I mean, it's important to make sure that no kid has a Christmas without a Santa Claus. Thank you so much.
Appreciate the opportunity to tell the Toys for Tots story. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. We'll take a quick breath here before we bring in our next guest, the first of our Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence finalists. By the way, you and our next guest have something in common, do you not, Dave?
We do indeed. We were both in the Army, and we were both in South Korea. Probably not at the same time, though. Charles Jones Jr. is with us. Charles, good morning. Dave here.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, when were you in Korea? You were two tours over there.
Yes, let's see. I recently left Korea last year, right before I retired, actually. Okay. And then I was there the year before that.
Do you know the Yongsan Army Air Force Base in the suburbs of Seoul?
I do know Yongsan.
That's where I was. I did Nemo's night beat on AFKN.
I was up there in Casey Hovey.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, I predate you by about 50 plus years. I was there in 1971 and 72. But at any rate, welcome to the show and congratulations. I know you and Jim had a chance to spend a little time up there in Ohio.
Yes, we did.
I want to ask you, Charles, because we didn't get a chance to talk afterwards, because that morning is so kind of chaotic and crazy. It then gives way to a tour of the factory, which is really cool, Magoo, and then they kind of dump on you the fact that you're going to Washington, D.C. So I want to give people a sense of who you are. He did 20 years. He served as an unmanned aircraft systems operator, instructor operator, standards operator, platoon sergeant, 3 combat deployments to Iraq, and 2 rotations, as Dave has pointed out, to South Korea. By the way, I am so thrilled that I have a Katrina in my life now with your wife, who actually is not a hurricane, and father to Alvin and Monica. It's good to have you, by the way. But I wanted you to kind of talk about your reaction when they announced your name, that you would be moving forward to Washington. Were you surprised? And how excited are you about going to D.C.?
Well, I was absolutely surprised. I mean, when we sat there and they were going through all the semifinalists, at the dinner at the museum, and they were going through all the semifinalists, their stories and their timelines and the things that they've done. I mean, if I was a voting panel member, I personally would have voted for other people. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I'm not deserving, but I am saying that some of those stories had me like, I want to vote for that guy and this guy and that guy and this young lady and that guy. I mean, so when they called my name, I was blown away. I was like, oh, wow. So I'm actually in the standings, huh? And then when they told me about D.C., I got to visit D.C. a couple times. I went out there for the UAS Million Hour celebration that they had and did a display there at the Pentagon. But I'm excited. I'm actually really excited. I don't really know how to show excitement because, you try to keep everything contained, and I've been doing that for like 20 years. So, I mean, I may not present that I'm excited, but I am very much so excited.
Well, it's funny too, because when I was interviewing everybody that morning, and by the way, I've never missed that banquet, and because of a double accident, one in Louisville and then one right outside of Louisville, I ended up getting there too late for the banquet. I know of what you speak. When Brad Bentley talks about all those nominees, you kind of sit there and going, what am I doing in the room with these people? And then he does yours, and you go, oh, I sound pretty good too. But there's a vibration that everybody has, even the quietest among us, even the most reserved. And you could kind of tell at the table that everybody was really, really excited. You did 20 years, you get out of it, and then you go to the Georgia Driving Academy. Talk about that experience and then what it was like to hook up with rail transport in 2025. Tell us a little bit about your truck driving story, because Dave was saying this is a guy who has experience with aircraft systems. How do you end up in trucking?
Okay, so all right, I'll start in the order that you gave it. So Georgia Driving Academy. So when I retired, I got out. I already knew I was going to do trucking, period. Because like you said, I was in the aircraft industry. We were flying aircrafts and things like that. And when you think about flying aircraft and you think about driving trucks, it's practically the same thing. The only difference is you're not working 3-dimensional. You're working 2-dimensional. So it makes it a little bit easier. And then just like driving semi-trucks, you have the DOT. Well, flying aircraft, you have the FAA. So everybody's got a bunch of rules. And I think the FAA is a bit more stringent because you got things falling out of the sky if things don't go right, as opposed to, DOT, you're driving a truck and you're driving along the road. It's not going to fall out of the sky, but you may hit somebody in front of you, behind you, beside you. So it was a easy transition for me. I went to Georgia Driving Academy, and no, I did not drive Class C type vehicles while I was in the military. However, I did drive a lot of heavy vehicles, and a lot of our vehicles do have the air brake system and ATIS and stuff like that. So it was kind of a very soft transition, I would say. Hooking up the trailers, doing things like that, and driving long periods of time. And, the military is very demanding of you. So a lot of the times you're running, 14, 15, 16, 17, 24, 36-hour days. And, driving a truck, it's a 14-hour duty day, as I like to call it, with a 11-hour work shift. But technically, you kind of work the 14 hours as well. But, you get a little bit more of that time. So, I mean, it all translates like really, really simply when you lay all the factors down. DOT has less rules than the FAA, so I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done with the FAA because they have a lot of rules and a lot of like regs that you have to go through. DOT has them too, but not as many as the FAA. The FAA has like mandatory crew rest rules, which, you know, if you're flying a certain flight and then you land and then you have to be off this amount of time and this amount of time has to be dedicated to uninterrupted sleep. DOT doesn't have that, so it gives you a little bit more flexibility when it comes to managing your work sleep cycle. And, you know, going on for the next load and things like that. Now, Georgia Driving Academy is a decent school. Like I said, I've been in the military for 20 years, as we all know. I've done a lot of different trainings in the military. So I chose Georgia Driving Academy because it had an accelerated training course, which wasn't going to take me long to complete. Plus, I also tend to get bored in courses that take too long, which is why I did not pursue higher education, because I don't tend to want to sit there and be preached at something that I can just pick up the book, read it, and if I don't understand it, ask a few questions and then understand it and then run with it. But I knocked that course out pretty quickly. Unfortunately, I did not get the number one, spot, for people trained in my class. I got number 2. But I guess sometimes you got to be number 2 so you could have somewhere to improve. That's fine.
just try harder. Like Avis,
but I definitely was a first time go there. And then after that, I was looking for jobs or companies to place with. I didn't know how it was going to go. That's the whole point of me driving right now, is because I still have a business model. I do plan on starting my own trucking company at some point. Maybe not like super big like Rail or Swift or any of those real big name carriers, but something large enough to where I could provide opportunities to others, but small enough to where it's manageable. But I was looking for a job, and I was looking for a job that was consistent. They check marks for everything that I needed. Because I did promise my wife that once I retired, I would give her more of my time, because I was always mission oriented. And, if anything ever came up, I was always for it. And I was like, let's get it done. And then I had a whole bunch of soldiers under me throughout the course of my career. So, whatever they needed, I had to be there for that as well, which took a lot from my family. And then, I was looking at Swift. And then I was looking at Rail. Those are like the only 2. Swift because of the amount of fleet that they deal with, and then Rail because of their reputation for being one of the safer carriers out there. And I was like, well, if I'm going to learn it, I should learn it right and learn it the safest way. And that's why I chose Rail overall. And then also Rail has what they call Home Time Plus. So I go out for a week, I get 4 days home. I go out for a week again, I get 3 days home. So it gave me that work and home balance that I needed so that I could live up to what I was telling my wife and also live out my dream of starting this trucking company.
You have checked off as many boxes as there are to check off. And what I mean by that is your dissertation on comparing and melding aviation with transportation, let's put it that way, trucking, is perfect. And I've heard that same thing from the parallel between pilots and drivers. For my 50 years in radio here with drivers,
I'm going to have to go get it.
That was really laid out well. That's a textbook thing. And I mean that as a high compliment, because you really got it, is what I'm trying to say here. And a lot of folks can't connect those dots.
Well, I've been planning to do this for like 10 years. I was halfway in my last career when I started thinking about this one. So, I mean, when you go through all the different jobs that are out there or careers or, things that you want to walk into, you want to find something that you already have a strong skill set for, because it sets you up better for success. So when I looked at trucking and I started talking to those drivers as they were dropping off some of our equipment or picking it up to go on to different areas, and they started telling me about it and how it actually works, I was like, man, I'm already doing this. I'm actually doing it a little more in depth. So I was like, this is like this is like cakewalk. We do mission planning. We do trip planning for trucking. We do, you got to do the communication calls all the time. Talk to the tower, let them know where you're at, your estimated time of departure, estimated time of arrival. When you hit your checkpoints, you do that in trucking. I'm just like, I'm already doing it. The only thing I'm not doing is driving a big semi truck that weighs 80,000 pounds, but I am flying aircraft that, have different fuel and payloads and things like that. So I was like, man, this is going to be seamless. And as it turned out, it is exactly as I thought it would be. The only difference is you have fleet managers and planners in trucking that plan most of that stuff. You just got to double check it. So I guess you would say it's simpler, but sometimes it can be frustrating because you can see things that would make things a lot smoother or a lot faster for you. But based on how business is conducted, you got to go with their way. But I can't complain about my fleet managers. I have the best fleet managers in the world. I don't know anything about the planners because I don't have any FaceTime or talk time with them.
I was going to say, Charles, it's one of those things too, where one of the great value lessons I hope a lot of people are learning too is that we often have better ideas of how things are supposed to be run when we go someplace or see areas for improvement. It's a great reminder that sometimes we need to simply take the note, remind ourselves what we want to do when we're in charge, and as long as nobody's putting us in harm's way, continue to do what is asked of us to the best of our ability. I wanted to ask you if, in fact, when you guys go to D.C., I know you're bringing Katrina, but are you bringing Alvin and Monica?
I intend to, but I have to see how that works out with their school schedule.
Oh, man, because it could be a lot of fun. Have the rest of you, I know you've been to D.C., but has the rest of your family been there yet?
Oh, yeah. My children have been there. They were a bit younger, and my wife has been there. We actually have a sister-in-law that lives right up the street. Well, I say right up the street, but like an hour and a half away in Maryland. So when we went to visit her one of those years ago, we went out there, and we did the long walk back when my feet were, still had arches in them and stuff. So I could actually walk that long and have a good time.
What I love is only a truck driver would say right up the road when they were referring to an hour and a half. Only Texans and truck drivers ever call an hour and a half right up the road. Charles, we're out of time. We can't thank you enough for making time for us this morning. Congratulations to you. Charles Jones Jr., U.S. Army E-7. He currently works for Rail Transport. He's a sergeant, was a sergeant first class, graduated from high school in Indian Trail, North Carolina in 2004, and committed to the Army through the delayed entry program. 20 years later, he finds himself as one of the finalists for Transition Trucking, Driving for Excellence. We can't thank our friends at Fastport enough for facilitating this as well. Guys, please check out fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeships.org. Thank you, Charles. You're welcome back anytime, and we can't wait to see you in D.C.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks, everyone, for your participation in this. I appreciate it, and it is an honor.
Thank you, sir. We're going to be keeping up with the Joneses, just having talked to Charles Jones. Jamie Jones is going to be coming up next at the top of the hour here on Nemo Nation. Big thanks to Colonel Miggs for making a little extra time for us, and big thanks to Charles.
I didn't realize how widespread and big and year-round Toys for Tots had become.
Yeah, and it has to be, David. Like I said, that's why I found it. Like I said, I was so fascinated when I actually looked deeper into what it is they're up to. The natural disaster relief stuff is so important. I'll make this really clear. Toys for Tots did not, fill my niece's bed back up with all those wonderful dolls that she lost. We had means. I mean, it was basically the Christmas we finally got back to a new house. That's a crazy story, by the way. When my dad spoke at Thanksgiving, when they rebuilt the home, the home that you've been to, we were at my sister's side of the house, and my dad pointed out that even Jack, my nephew Jack, who you now know, who's going in the Army in just a month, he was 1 year old. And this is crazy, where my dad actually looked at the room and he said, even the little boy that we're holding here in this room is older than this house. He said, just to kind of put this in perspective, is older than this house. But I remember that Christmas too, because I remember Kate's whole bed got filled up with all the dolls that were gone. Somebody had found an old video of the bed and went through it a number of relatives of ours, one by one, went through it and slowly but surely put all those dolls back up there.
Wow.
So that when she came up on Christmas
Yeah.
morning, there all the dolls were that had been destroyed during Katrina had been replaced. Kate, of course, is, the first granddaughter of my mom and dad. She's the first grandchild of my mom and dad, and there's a lot of other people who are deeply invested in, the first child is always they're spoiled beyond belief. I know. And as you well know.
No, I don't.
Yeah. But they are spoiled beyond belief. But there were a lot of people who were deeply invested in her well-being. A lot of people, some of whom are means, straight up means, not like doing okay, getting by in America, means. So she was taken care of. She was good to go. But what Toys for Tots does in those situations is making sure the kids who don't come from means. And we all forget that when fires, hurricanes, tornadoes hit, the people who are hardest hit are often those who don't have insurance, don't have means, have maybe the transportation that got them out of there, and that's about it. Everything else got left behind. Everything got burned, in Los Angeles. Everything got washed away in Mississippi. Everything got, blown to the four winds in North Carolina. We can go on and on and on. It's those people that Toys for Tots are looking out for. And the idea that having simply a book to read a bedtime story to a child in those kind of crucial moments. And he's right, by the way, they're second responders. Not first responders.
Yeah.
He made that really clear. But it just gives you a sense of how deeply invested the Marines are for their Toys for Tots program. If, and I couldn't give you his entire resume, it would have been the segment. But that's an impressive man. Combat duty, chief of staff for a number of really important offices, and he makes the move over to there. That's VP of marketing. It's his job. If you're the VP of marketing, there is no president of marketing. Vice president means that, you're underneath the president of the organization, which means he's in charge of getting the word out. It is an amazing program, and it's older than you, as you pointed out. It is much older than you. Today is
1 year older than
1 year older than you. Today's National Coffee Day, by the way.
It is indeed.
And how do you like your coffee? You and I have a discommonality and a commonality when it comes to coffee.
We drink coffee and chicory.
Yes, we do. We drink it in my house as well too. So we have that in common. We both like it black. The difference is you like yours piping hot, and I like mine freezing cold. It means I can down it in the morning. It really became a habit I got into to keep myself awake. Because, the idea we have a cold glass of water in the morning is one of the best ways to wake yourself up before you have that first coffee. I figured, why not just combine them?
You ever go into a place like Starbucks? I guess,
yes.
And you go in to get a cup of coffee, but the person in front of you is having to read off of a piece of paper what they want, because they have all of these words, and it takes like 30 seconds for them to tell you what they want. The barista's pulling their hair out. Well, they say that the worst customer a barista would have ever seen was Ludwig von Beethoven, the famous German classical music composer.
Go on.
When he had coffee,
go on.
He insisted that he would only drink a cup of coffee if it was made with exactly 60 beans. No more, no less. 60 beans.
Well, I think given the quality of his hearing, his taste was probably really accentuated, is my guess.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. Go on.
Oh, well, there is. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask you a question here. Maybe we'll answer it right after news and weather.
Ask me the question.
There is no news and weather at the top, is there?
Not yet, but the lady who's coming up next is actually working on it. But
she
go ahead.
is. Okay, here we go. There is one company that is statistically known to be the coffee capital of the world. In this country, the citizens drink more coffee than anybody else in the world. And I'll tell you the country when we come back, wherever we're going. We're on our way.
Yeah, Nemo Nation continues after this break. Another rapid-fire 3-guest and 30-minute segment coming up. Jamie Jones. We're keeping up with the Joneses. Charles, and now Jamie. No relation, at least that we know of. Things may change. Who knows? We'll be right back. Lots of stuff to talk about after a big weekend for Owida. At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
I have to ask, Dave, so what town is it that we're talking about?
Well, that's a country.
Is it Denmark?
Nope, close. Very close.
Is it, well, then it must be Finland or Norway.
Yes, Finland.
It's Finland, I thought so.
Finland is... and they don't make coffee there.
See, my guess would be Copenhagen because I've been there, and the coffee culture there is off the chain. I was stunned not by the number of coffee houses, because like New York has a Starbucks in every corner. The number of individual, unique coffee houses, like not chains, like individual businesses. I was stunned. And boy, you want to talk about the idea? You walk up with your big long list of things. They have a whole bunch of questions for you too when you say that. Okay, but do you want it like this? Okay, yes, but. So I just would walk in and be like, I need an iced coffee with nothing in it. They would look at me and smile and be like, we can do that for you. You know, the moment you start adding little additional things in Copenhagen, they start going, okay, do you want it this way or this way? What temperature? They get into all kinds of stuff, man. They get in the weed. They're like, you want to go to the weeds? You want to be that kind of pain in the ass? We are right here to accommodate your PITA situation, PITA. You know, Finland, huh?
Yeah,
Finland. They don't make it. They don't grow it.
They don't make it. They don't grow it, but they drink it. The average Finn drinks 4 cups of coffee a day, and I'm thinking, man, I've had 4 cups of coffee already this morning.
I'll be dead in a half an hour.
Yeah.
By the way, let's make it official. Let's bring our next guest in with all the bells and whistles, shall we, from Mr. Dre? Landline managing editor Jamie Jones has been in journalism since '91, focused on the trucking industry since 2000. She's been covering trucking as long as the FMCSA has been in business. With more than 2 decades of trucking journalism experience, she's been around the block on key issues in trucking with a history lesson on why, where we are to anyone who will listen. But no matter whether she's judging Shell super rigs or writing hard-hitting analyses, she directs the editorial content for Landline magazine, from lug nuts and from baked nuts, by the way, there are a couple out there on the road, to legislation, and always with the trucker in mind. Dave, say good morning to Jamie Jones.
Good morning, Jamie Jones.
Morning, guys.
Good morning. So, you back?
I am.
How was it?
It was just wonderful. I mean, the weather was great. Everybody was in, high spirits, even, with everything that's going on. It was just, I think it was the reset that a lot of people needed, just to take a break from reality in a lot of ways and just enjoy, friendship, trucking, all the good that's about this industry.
Well, in fact, I've asked you, are you back? How was it? And people are asking, well, what do you mean? Where was she and what was good? Jamie just came back from Finland and had coffee.
Nice.
No, she was there at GBATS, Guilt by Association Truck Show, GBATS. How long did it take him to figure out GBATS? Because it was long form for a year. Was it really? Because I had only heard the long form until like this year. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, they were calling it GBAT straight away because I was laughing about it with Brian when he first started the show, and he said, well, we've got MATs, GATs, and now we have GBATs.
Yeah, I love it.
So it was like...
By the way, GBATs, well, this is going to get me in trouble. It would be really funny if GBATs is the one that ends up surviving, huh? That would be a really interesting thing to play. Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal, isn't it now?
It is a very big deal. They had over 700 trucks parked. It was funny. Our associate editor, Tyson Fisher, and Trucking with OIDA, Scott Thompson, the three of us were together, but Tyson and I went and we're shooting the Special Olympics convoy. And I said, we have been all over this place for 3 days, and I'm still seeing trucks that I did not see on the lot there. It was wall-to-wall trucks everywhere we turned, and just amazing. So it was very well attended. It was a really good time. And then, we had a little business mixed in with FMCSA holding a Q&A session there at the show. And so it was a lot of fun, but with a little business mixed in, and that's what makes this one particularly special.
I'm going to say something, and I want to bounce it off of you and get your thoughts on it as well. I have been making the case for the last couple of years that in the aftermath of COVID, anybody who's not out there going and doing is going to be on the short end of in regards to both news, trucking, the world, that there is a big desire for in the real world, that this idea of the remote studio, of the of not being on the scene is a dodo bird now. It's on its way out, and it's important, isn't it, to get out there. I mean, I made the same effort to get up to Ohio to go do that thing. It really is important to be on the ground these days, right? There's no more, people sitting in their robes broadcasting from Dallas anymore, right?
Oh, that's one thing that has always been a mission at Landline, is to connect with our readers, listeners, to understand what they're going through, what they're thinking, how they're feeling, the challenges that they face. And you get it over the phone, but you don't get it like you do sitting down and having a real conversation. And, we had quite the team from OIDA there, and President Todd Spencer, at one point he said, let's go over to the tour truck. So we drove him over to the tour truck, and he sat there and talked to members for 3 or 4 hours that afternoon. Everybody, it's so important to have those human connections and really talk and have those conversations. And I think that's what really set this Q&A session with FMCSA apart. It was a conversation. It wasn't adversarial at all. It was a good conversation, great questions from the truck drivers in attendance. A lot of follow-up questions from Michael Hampton, who's the senior policy advisor for FMCSA, really gets his stuff. He was just a very impressive representative of FMCSA to be there and talk the issues of anything and everything that truckers wanted to bring up. He was ready for it.
I'm the thing about that is that with that lack of adversarial nature I'm actually going to ask you a political question. Don't worry, it's not a partisan one. These guys over there at the DOT, whatever their administrative skills may or may not be, they understand the politics of all of this really well, don't they? They know exactly where their core constituency is, and they are doing everything to make sure that at least that they're listening in not just a way of saying we're listening and we're sympathetic, but we're going to go in another direction. They they really are listening in an attempt to kind of construct policies that are going to make sure that the people who are driving trucks feel like they're on their side, right?
100%. The word common sense came out of Mr. Hampton's mouth more than once, that we have to have common sense approaches to regulation and enforcement. And that's why we're seeing things like the pause in the non-domiciled CDLs and things like that. I mean, there needs to be, we've talked about it before, enforcement isn't just on the roadside, which some administrators, that was their focus. They're looking at a bigger picture that actually will mean more to highway safety for everyone by getting unqualified drivers off the road.
Dave actually has a question for you that he's been asking all morning long. He asked it of me before we started the show. We talked a little bit about it. We asked Rick Gobble about it as well. Dave, you had a question about the which you would call almost a lack of clarity.
About the non-domiciled CDL thing, Jamie. I find it very complicated and confusing, and I was wondering if that wasn't part of the idea to make it so hard to figure out that you're just going to give up.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that, make sure people go through a lot of hoops to get there. If you want that non-domiciled, you have to produce a lot of paperwork and make a lot of effort, correct?
I think it's a system that started off, well, I know it was a system that started off with one purpose in mind, and it evolved into the mess that it is now. And, anytime states get to set the rules, you have a patchwork, and that's what made it overly complicated. And with the audit that started in June, they figured out pretty quickly that there's a big problem out there. The rough estimates that they were throwing out is 25% were issued outside the scope of the regulations.
25%. Wow. It's amazing, though, and don't take this in the wrong vein, anybody. And it's admitted that the reason for this push now are these recent accidents, and especially the one in Florida. But it would seem to me that you'd have to have a heck of a lot more accidents to have this national emergency thing. So we've got the rhetoric overlay on this thing. But on the ground, what are the drivers saying? Like at GBATS, what were drivers saying on the ground about how much of a problem? It's a problem, but is it like over the top problem, or is it just a bad problem? Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, and it's so anecdotal at this point. It's hard to put actual stats on it. Perception is reality is kind of that's where we are right now.
Sure.
And so what people think is happening is what they believe is happening. And we do know it's a problem. I mean, if you have 25% of a section of CDLs being handed out that are outside the scope of the regulation, that's a big problem. And so, as far as wrecks and things like that, yes, we have issues on that as well. But, you have unsafe equipment that gums up the works. You have other things, they're not all going to be massive fatality incidents. They're going to be other things. There's going to be property damage at truck stops. There's going to be other things that are affecting this. And then, frankly, there's motor carriers that prey on these individuals who can't speak English proficient and get these CDLs and pay them poorly. So that's just another aspect of it. It's just a multi-layered issue that we have to focus on the safety aspect, but it does have a ripple effect beyond safety.
I'm going to say this too, by the way, and just to let Dave, I'm actually telling Dave as much as I'm telling you this. A lot of the drivers that I have talked to privately have expressed concerns about exactly not accidents like the catastrophic one that happened in Florida, but have been saying we've been seeing stuff like this that has come very close to becoming that, and we're seeing it a lot more frequently. And a lot of them, and you can talk about perception, the idea too that if in fact this isn't the cause for an unsafe workspace, then we'll figure that out. And it's one of those things, too. It's kind of like when you figured out how scurvy happened on boats. They just started removing stuff and adding stuff, trying to figure out which one worked. If they remove this from the equation and accidents go down, they'll know something. If they remove this from the equation and rates go up, they'll know something. You know, the idea, if they do this and suddenly, you know, carriers who are not playing by the rules are getting fined, they'll know something. You know, and I think that's part of the approach too as well. You feel like that's kind of it too. It's like, look, we're not completely sure, but you know what? Let's get rid of this and we'll see what kind of impact it has, and then we'll go on to the next thing. Is that kind of your feeling about it, Jamie?
Well, that's 100% what's going on, and that's why they're going after English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs first. You know, those are regulations on the books that should be followed. They haven't been enforced, and they need to back up and hit the reset button, and let's get us back in compliance on these things and see what's happening. And you know, another component to all of this that seems to get lost in the shuffle is driver training. You know, we still have a substandard driver training regulation, and you know, that's something else that's going to have to factor in sooner rather than later if they really want to make true improvements to highway safety.
I'll tell you what, if they actually keep on working on that, I got a lot of friends over the NAPF TDS and a lot of friends at the CVTA who would be absolutely delighted if they actually made those certifications more stringent. I know that for a fact. And I know you guys would find a lot of common ground with those folks over there as well. Jamie, of all the things you had at GBATS, which one was the most fun for you? What did you enjoy the most?
Wow.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
That's a tough one. It really is. And I just have to say, you know, being around the OIDA team and having just so many drivers come by and sit and visit and, you know, really connect on the issues, that was cool. But I don't know, just being around something that celebrates everything great about trucking, that's the best part, because it's real easy to get wound up on the policy wonk side, or, you know, something that doesn't matter as much as the people. And, you know, that's when you have an event that is focused 100% on the people, that's what is my favorite part.
Jamie Jones, who we gave a little bit more time to because we wanted to kind of breathe into kind of a post-mortem, as it were, of something that is very much alive, GBATS, a post-mortem of what is very much alive, and GBATS joins us. She, of course, is the Landline managing editor and runs a pack of ink-stained wretches whose company we enjoy here on Nemo Nation on a regular basis. Jamie, it's good to talk to you. You and I will be talking soon about many a thing under the sun, but have a great... Oh, and by the way, turns out your Chiefs' reports of their demise have been greatly exaggerated, correct? Must be happy about that.
Oh, we dealt a spanking out to the Ravens yesterday, who, fun trivia fact, is OIDA's Rod Knopfziger's favorite team. So there was a lot of trash talk on text threads last night.
Oh, my God. I can't. Poor Rod, by the way. I mean, it's one thing to lose. It's another thing to lose your quarterback, who's God almighty. And with those, I got to tell you, man, with those defensive line problems that the Ravens are having, if you can't get a rush on Patrick Mahomes, it's been nice knowing you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, if you give the Wizard of Kansas City enough time, he will carve you up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Thank you, Jamie. It's good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you guys. Have a great week.
Landline.media is the place to be, and we're always kind of throwing stories from them your way, guys. Don't forget, we are a regular partner with our friends over at OIDA and our friends at Landline, and proud to be associated with them. Dre, let's hit a little bit of music. We'll come back. I'll give you a little piece of news, and then we'll get the next guest set up and going on here. Hey guys, we are back here on Nemo Nation. Don't forget our friends at Landline always have a story or two that's kind of worth checking out. Calling the current use of non-domiciled CDLs a national emergency and a threat to public safety, as Dave, Jamie, and I were talking about, the U.S. Department of Transportation plans to drastically reduce eligibility. That new system, by the way, according to a story from Mark Schwemmer, will make non-citizens ineligible for a non-domiciled CDL unless they meet stricter requirements, including an employment-based visa and a federal immigration status check. During a news conference on Friday, the 26th, today, by the way, is the 29th, if you guys keep up with the numbers of the day, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the changes are in response to a recent series of fatal crashes caused by non-domiciled drivers. And Dave, I wonder, like you said, if those complications that we're talking about, those complications that you're kind of talking about are there deliberately as hurdles to kind of be overcome.
Possibly so. And it's never, 100%. So it may be 60-40 or something like that. But I think that kind of eases the burden on the people who are trying to make this happen too. Rather than have 100 people come in, maybe you'd have 60 people come in because the other 40 couldn't figure out where to go.
Couldn't figure out where to go.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is one of those places where there are times I think we should make things easier. I mean, you know me, you know that I'm a big fan of, removing things like having to have a college degree to work for state governments. I find a lot of that college degree requirement stuff deeply offensive. And you're looking at somebody who's got a couple of degrees. I find it offensive. There's a lot of people out there who have learned on the ground, who have learned through training. I find that ridiculous. This is one of those things, too, though, where I think there's another thing that nobody's saying. It elevates the status of what it is to be a truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
That you're just not passing out CDLs like they're candy. That you're not putting people on the road with limited training. That you're beginning to say to people, this job has value, deep, significant value. The other thing is, too, we need to have a long talk in this country in regards to transportation. I think that states have too much leeway. I think there should be a national policy, and states should do their best to implement that policy. There's too much maneuverability for interstate commerce.
Wouldn't it be easier, more streamlined, more compact to have a federal commercial driver's license, which is what we all thought was happening in 1990? And it was like, wow, that's going to solve a lot of problems, the exact same problems that you just pointed out. Every state has their own thing. Everybody's 80,000 pounds. Illinois, I forget what, 68,000 was Illinois for so many years. And then the speed limits and all of that, speed differential.
The speed limits I have a problem with, and I'll tell you why. Because Wyoming ain't Illinois.
No. But I'm saying, I understand that. There's give and takes. What I'm getting at is that you have 50 different components.
Right.
And they don't go into the pie.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, too, what I think is really cool is that where there are places where the differential is important,
mm-hmm.
if you eliminate the places where it should be kind of uniform, you can then focus on those things and understand them better. But it's like if you're trying to process non-domiciled CDLs along with speed differentials, along with all the other rules and regulations, there are places where there is a difference. I mean, you don't want to have, a national speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. I mean, let's just be honest with you. Wyoming does not need a national speed limit to tell it people can't do 80. You want people going 80 on some of the roads in Wyoming and some of the Dakotas. You want people doing that. It actually makes driving safer for many truck drivers. It means they can stay away from people, not by speeding up, but those people can just get past them,
mm-hmm.
be gone, and go and sin no more. But yeah, I mean, the more consistency we have, it means that we can focus on the places where we're not the same.
Yeah, but okay, let's take speed. Okay, so say you have a federal, an FCDL, okay? Mm-hmm. And you start off in Michigan, you wind up in Florida. Okay, you're going to obey the speed limits on every highway. That's fine. That's not the problem. The problem is the underneath the rivalries and the competitions between the state and the federal government. And then the federal government controls it all anyway, because as soon as you do so, Duffy just said they're going to pull California's money if they don't square away. So there it is. It's all about the money. And that's how the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit got passed. Okay, you don't want to do 55, then you don't get no money.
Yeah.
And everybody said, well, we need the money, so we're all going to do 55.
Yeah.
And how much
too.
fuel did that save? Anywhere from 0.1%?
Not enough.
Yeah, it was like
I mean, it was one of those things. I will say this though, like all democracies, when somebody doesn't need to look, they were able to pull it. Don't ever forget that, by the way. They were able to pull it. They were able to say, that's enough. That's not working. We're going to try something else now.
I can't remember how long ago this was, but it's maybe 10, 15 years. No, it has to be more than 10. Maybe let's say 15, 20 years ago. There was a thing in Tennessee where they wanted to do something and slow down trucks in the Knoxville area to slow down the pollution that trucks were putting out through the exhausts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first guy who calls up to the show says, okay, wait a minute. He says, if I'm going to slow down and belch out smoke for 20 minutes, or if I'm going to speed up and belch out smoke for 15 minutes, which is the better? And don't forget, my truck and his truck have something called a sweet spot. And guess what? They're different. Mine may be 65 miles an hour. His might be 72 miles an hour.
Right.
So how do you, in other words, you cram it all into one box and it just don't fit. And that kind of went down the drain, after a while. But that was a big thing. Anybody who remembers that, if you can remember that at all, but it was a big deal for a while in Tennessee.
It was. I actually, and there have been attempts that people have had these conversations. Once again, as our professor friend said, too many people who don't do it for a living. Let me tell you something, by the way. That's a consistent problem in a lot of industries where there are what I call administrative people who have never done the job, actually. That is an ongoing problem where they come up with newfangled ideas for how to do things without asking the people in the classroom, people on the road, people, on the front lines. That's always an ongoing push-pull, where people got all kinds of great ideas for how we can make things better without actually putting their ass in the grass.
I think trucking, I hear that. One of the things about trucking, too, and this relates to all of the stuff that we've talked about through the years, the whole safety thing. How do you have a safety meeting with a trucking company? You got 7 guys in town and, 300 in other states,
right?
All at the same time. So the modern day communication systems that we have, all of the AI that we have, all of the connectivity with websites and videos that we can watch now, all of that can be, really compacted and made available to everybody all at the same time. And you've got this situation where the guy talking right now forgot what he was going to get at, but it was pretty doggone interesting.
But I mean, basically, is the fact that we have it's interesting. We have the ability now more so than we've ever had to actually get everybody on the same page.
That's what I'm trying to get.
And that, by the way, that's a great example. By the way, this is why it's important in radio to actually listen to what the other person is saying, because you tend. I was watching. I go. I think he missed his exit ramp. I think he stopped in the middle of the lane. Really quickly, before we go any further, I do want to bring that story up again for those of you who are just joining us. One of the other things Dave and I have been talking about all morning, Showtime chimed in really grand style, as many of you did on the chat. The Ohio Department of Transportation is working to remind motorists to quit stopping in the middle of the highway. And Dave and I are just shaking our heads about this. You are too, because you know exactly what we're talking about. Literally, how many times, whether you are in your rig or whether you're in your F-150, have said, oh, I understand, the road entirely belongs to you and you can stop where you want to do.
Great case for adaptive cruise control. I'm picturing myself coming up on that guy and the car stops for me because,
Oh, man, I'm telling you, I can't tell you the number of times that I am so glad. You've been in the car with me. I'm one of the few people that Dave actually lets drive. I'm going to say that. And by the way, I take that as a high honor. My dad as well. He won't let my brother John drive anymore with him. He's like, you know what, can Jim drive? Why don't we give Jim the keys? Why don't we give Jim, which of course makes for a lot of really fun Christmas dinners. But ODOT says that they're issuing the reminder in the wake of multiple crashes caused by motorists that don't want to miss their exit. You missed it. Too bad. Move on. Recently, a truck hauling watermelons had to make a sudden stop for a motorist slowly crossing multiple lanes of traffic just to take an exit they nearly missed. That accident caused the watermelons to spill all over the roadway. And, I mean, you know what happened next. It was only because of the skill of the truck driver that a disaster was avoided. Had he made contact, given what we saw in the films, it would have been a monumental disaster. We got to take a break here. We got 2 more Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence nominees coming up in the next half hour. Really excited about that. Chris T. from Freewheeling is coming.
And I will tell you about the WPAC from 1674.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
On National Coffee Day. So I mentioned the WPAC that came out in the year 1674. WPAC, you'd never guess what that stood for in a billion years, I'll tell you. The Women's Petition Against Coffee. The Women's Petition Against Coffee, the year 1674. The petition said that the beverage of coffee was turning British men into, quote, useless corpses. And they proposed a ban on coffee for any male under the age of 60. The Women's Petition Against Coffee.
I'm deeply confused.
Totally confused.
What did they turn them into walking corpses?
Yeah, walking corpses.
Maybe it's that the women finally started to drink
Useless corpses.
Maybe the women over there finally started to drink some coffee, looked around and saw what the men in Britain have always been like. You know why the sun never sets on the British Empire, huh? Because nobody trusts them with the lights out. Hey, welcome back to Nemo Nation. An Irishman gets to say that, by the way. Macy Matisse, by the way, is a proud U.S. Army veteran. She has a deep love of adventure, a deep love of animals, and embracing new challenges, and she is writing her next chapter as we speak, one road at a time. She's a proud U.S. Army veteran, served from 2010 to 2018 as an 88 Mike, specializing in heavy equipment transportation. Today, she's a flatbed driver for Melton Truck Lines, and she's applying that discipline and determination gained from her military service. Good morning to you, Macy.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Good to have you back, by the way. It's Jimmy Mack, who you got a chance to talk to before, and that's Dave Nemo. Tell him hello.
Hello, Mr. Nemo. I hope you're doing well. It's good to hear you again.
Well, thank you so much, Macy. It's great to talk to you. Am I
thank you.
catching that you might be making a turn here pretty soon?
Well, I actually pulled over on the side of the road.
Okay.
Those are my flashers you hear. Yeah, I'm on the side of the road in Texas talking to you
gotcha.
guys.
That's a good place to be. Good place to be.
Safety first.
Yes,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Very exciting.
Macy, did I understand correctly that you were a wrestler? Is that true?
That is correct. I wrestled because I was a big hero of my brother, and my brother wrestled all from middle school into high school, and being a huge hero of my brother, I also wrestled in high school. That is correct.
Wow, that's fantastic. Did you ever watch? This is going to go off the wall here, but I always ask when wrestling comes up. I always ask anybody if they've ever seen the show Heels.
Honestly, I have not.
Okay, if you ever get a chance, you'd love it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
There's your recommendation, by the way. And I have to ask you, because I know the kind of wrestling you did in high school, which is very, very different from what people call wrestling. Let me just ask you, were you ever a fan of that nonsense since you have brothers in your life? Were you ever a fan of that?
My brother was. My brother was. He used to body slam me on the bed. But I never could get into it. I never understood that type of wrestling. But but when I wrestled in high school, I wrestled on an all males wrestling team. So my wrestling was quite a bit different from the wrestling, and
Congratulations on that, by the way. It takes a lot of guts, especially in this day and age. And it's good to have you back. It was good to talk to you over in Ohio. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Charles. How surprised were you when you heard your name called as one of the people going to D.C.?
absolutely shocked. Honestly, it was like everything around me went silent for a second, and I looked up at the screen and my picture was there. So obviously I knew my name was called, but I was so shocked and not expecting. I mean, I honestly came to the event not thinking that I was going to win anything because there was so many great veterans there with me as it was. And all of a sudden my name was called, and of course I was the last name called, so I was in so much shock that the whole room actually went silent for a second in my head. But I was indeed very, very shocked. I don't even know if I'm how much to explain how much I was shocked. It's just that everything around me went silent for a second, and I'm still shocked now, actually.
We're not shocked, by the way. We know your resume. We know of what you've done. Can you kind of set that up for us as well, too? Kind of tell Dave, who is also, like you, a U.S. Army veteran. Can you kind of talk about your service and your transition from being a wrestling high school star to becoming a member of the U.S. Army, and then we can kind of pivot from that. We can pivot from that into your time with Melton.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. So back in high school, when I wrestled on an all-males wrestling team, that gave me, I mean, you really need to have kind of a lot of willpower to do a sport like that. I mean, you're using every part of your body. A lot of the males on the team, they don't want a female on the team. So, you got a lot of people that are disliking you. It takes a lot of willpower to go through something like that. And, I got my parents to back me up and a few good friends on the wrestling team to help me get through that. And I did make it through that, and I made it in sixth in the state of Florida for the weight class of 119, which is basically lightweight. I did actually start college very early while I was in high school. However, when I started working, which was Pizza Hut, that was my first job ever, it was like I was working, but I felt like I was going nowhere, and I really kind of ran out of money for college, and I didn't really want to ask hey, Mom and Dad, can I borrow so-and-so amount of money to continue college out of high school? And I kind of wanted to, be my own person, make my own money. And I actually heard somebody talking about the military in the back of the kitchen at Pizza Hut. And so I went to a recruiter one day, and everything that he had said, his name was Staff Sergeant Hennessy. I still remember his name to this day. And, he fed me a lot of, everything that I wanted to hear. And I was like, I can be something and, do something with my life. And I don't have to, my parents would have gladly gave me the money, but I didn't want to be that person that asked for money like that, So I did actually sign those papers. I actually signed the papers before I ever told my parents because, I think my mom would have been really upset, and she would have tried to talk me out of it. So I wanted to make sure that before anything happened, my name was on that contract. And one of the things that I qualified for was an 88 mic, which is basically truck driving, as you will. And I had wanted to be a truck driver since I was little, because my aunt, she's retired from truck driving. She was a truck driver back in the time during Atlases, and she retired after 30 years. And yeah, I had always wanted to be.
We
I
still
thought that
have
was
ours.
The coolest. Yeah, they come in handy for sure. But I thought that was the coolest thing, growing up. And I don't know, it was just like as I got older, I never went into the trucking, but somehow I went into the military and still became a truck driver. And, I was happy with that. I became part of a unit in Germany, the 22 SCR, and it's a high cavalry unit, and they deploy very often. And I basically, I worked under the regiment, and I delivered ammunition for everybody and anybody to the different units out there. And I love my job. I was the head of my platoon. There was me and 3 other females, and the rest was males, and I pretty much outdid all the other, except for the sergeants, but I grew in my rank in my squad very, very, very quick, and went to Afghanistan, where I was deployed. Same people, the 22 SCR, but we split up in the units, and I went with the 22 LST, which is a logistics support team. And I was stationed out of a place called FOB Apache, which is basically, FOB stands for Forward Operating Base, where we were stationed up very high in the mountains. Actually, that's where I found out that it snowed in the desert. I never once knew that it snowed in the desert.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By the way,
yeah.
when you have mountains, and when you have a high geography, it don't matter how dry it is. Eventually, something makes its way down to the ground, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. It was quite amazing to see, and we would make our trips back and forth to Kandahar Air Force Base and deliver different things to that base, and then there was several other bases that we went to. I can't remember all these FOB names off the top of my head, but there was definitely many places that we went, and I got to see the geography and how the people live out there. Not everybody is bad out there. There's a lot of people trying to make it out there, just like we try to make it here, and you got, they're taken down by the terrorists out there, whoever that doesn't like them, they just want power out there. But, you got little kids out there carrying, wheelbarrows of bricks, you see babies in dirty diapers. I mean, you see them drinking dirty water with algae on top, and, it changes how you are as a person to see that. Cause when I went over there, I was 20 years old. So when I see that, it really makes me feel blessed to have what we do here in the United States of America, because over there, they're fighting every day to survive over there. It's hot over there. They don't have the food like we have over here. They live with, out power and electricity, and, they just don't have nearly anything of what we have over here, and that changes a person when they see that. Luckily I didn't experience, obviously I haven't passed away over there. I didn't experience anybody stepping on an IED or running over an IED. We were in a few firefights, but overall I got really lucky in Afghanistan. And then coming back to Germany, we went back to, I went back to the 22 SCR, and everybody goes back to their respective units at that base. And, I'm back to delivering ammunition. And, then I went to Fort Stewart in Georgia, and, I've been to, I fueled, I was with a unit up in Richmond in Virginia, where I fueled H-60s, which they're Blackhawks. And that was a 92 Fox job, which is actually fueling stuff, but they taught me how to fuel and do all that. So I got to fuel big jets and H-60s and all kinds of stuff there too. So I I got to learn different things from different people at different units, so that was quite exciting as well. Overall, the military has helped me become who I am today because you know what, honestly, I got to be honest with you guys. Before I went into the military, anybody in my family can, I can't lie. I was a jerk before I went into the military. I was very kind of like irresponsible. I was still learning a lot of stuff. My mom would say, hey, can you do this? And I'll be like, no, I'm going to do it my way. I didn't want to listen to nobody. So I was, I was kind of a jerk before I got into the military. And, when I did my drill sergeants, I love my drill sergeants to this day, wherever they may be out there in the world. I hope they're safe. They really helped shape me into who I am. And, then, of course, my time through the military shaped who I am as well. It just kind of like, it started molding me here and molding me there. And I wouldn't be who I am today, able to do the job position that I'm in now for Mountain Truck Lines, who I also love because they gave me a chance, at a new career, at a new chapter of my life when I was down on my hardest, and they said, we're going to take you in after you get your CDL. And I did. I was the first to graduate in my CDL class. I went and I got my CDL license at the DMV, and in 2 days I was on a plane going to Tulsa, Oklahoma to have my training. And, because of the military, my transition into trucking, especially being an 88 Mike, I think that probably helped me a lot. Being in the military has helped me because, I gained, a lot of patience. I became a better person, more rounded, less rough around my edges. But in reality, like the truck driving for the military also really helped me because when I sat in a truck for Melton, it was, I don't know, I felt like I was at home. I felt comfortable, and I felt like I was just ready to work and, get on the road and do what I need to do. And that's exactly what I did.
Macy,
yes,
we're going to run out of time here, but I want to tell you, having to drive from FOB Apache all the way to Kandahar Air Force Base probably sets you up for, success at Melton, because I'll tell you this right now, it's a much different and easier drive, I would probably guess. Wouldn't you say so? There's no fire. There's no firefights happening on the way from Melton's truck hubs over in Tulsa across the country. I'll tell you that right now. We're out of time. I wanted to give you a chance just to kind of breathe in and give people a sense of you. We were so fast and furious up in Ohio. I'm so glad we got a chance to really dig in deep. We're all going to see you in Washington, D.C., and we're really proud of you. Everybody over here is proud of you. And by the way, we also appreciate, after all the conversations we've had this morning, Dave, of actually hearing that clicking in the background. It means you're a responsible citizen of the road. Thank you, Macy.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I hope you all have a good day. Thank you so much for having me on the air with you guys.
Guys, go to transitiontrucking.org. Find out about these great final Americans in this competition, Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence. We'll take a little bit of a breath here and bring on the final nominee, if you would, Drake. You know what's really funny, Dave? You get somebody's nickname, and sometimes it sticks with you. Our next guest, which I'm going to ask you to introduce, but I'm going to simply call him Scriv. And would you take it away from that point on, Dave? Do it for us.
Well, it is Scriven, as a matter of fact. Mark Scriven is joining us. He's a U.S. Army vet. He's with Stevens Transport now, and so 9 years as a Patriot missile operator, and he maintained those missiles as well. Got all kinds of medals, and one of them recognition as a combat lifesaver. And he's on the road now with Stevens Transport, and just had a new daughter a couple of months, last month, I guess. Huh, Mark? Good morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is true. Hey, how y'all doing? It's
okay.
Good to be on the show.
So you have 3 children. Tell us about those 3 and introduce us to your new daughter.
Okay, too easy. Well, I have a daughter, Mariah. She's about to turn 10 this upcoming November. And my son, Zaire, he's 7. just turned 7 this past July, and I just had a daughter August 15th. And my kids, they are my legacy, my driving force. Honestly, real funny, a lot of personality to all of them. It's ironic they all do exactly what I did as kids, and it's just funny seeing a copy of myself within them, and that's just all I live for.
You ever look at him and go, I had this coming. I deserve every last minute of what I got in store for me.
That's what my parents tell me. They be like, you know what? This all we had to deal with too, so it's on you now.
By the way, I'm asking this to everybody. I've asked this, of course, to Charles, and I talked to Macy about it as well. I'll ask you the same question. When they said your name after you talked with us the morning, we had a great time shooting the breeze. Then you guys moved on over, got a tour of the plant facilities, and then you found out who was going to Washington, D.C. How did it feel when they said your name?
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit shocked, given the fact that given the fact I was the last one called, and it was just so many, great competitors in this whole thing that honestly I didn't even know who was gonna get called to begin with. It was awesome though. It was interesting.
Let's talk about that too. So, are you going to get a chance to bring the entire family to DC when the time comes?
Most definitely. That's what I plan on doing.
Okay. So we asked a lot of the same questions to give people a sense of who you are. So we want to hear a little bit about the decision to go in the Army and then talk to us about your move into trucking and over to Stevens Transport.
Okay, too easy. My decision to go in the Army, it really came from the history of the military in general. My grandfather was in the Army. He retired the year I was born. My dad was in the military. He retired 3 years after I was in. My mom was in the military. My aunt is still in the military. She's in the Navy. And my uncle, he was in the Marines. And my biological father was also in the Marines as well. So it's just kind of a lineage for us.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of family history there.
Yeah, it is really. My dad, he was really the one, though, that really had, I would say, raised the bar. He Purple Heart recipient, Bronze Star recipient. And honestly, that's what really got me interested in getting in, just seeing how he was super resilient. He was injured, came back. I seen him marching inside of the gym, chest up, burnt up. But, just seeing him do that was real inspiring for me. I was in the 6th grade when I seen him come back in the gym injured, non-assisted, and still keep serving after that. So that's really what made me want to, get in and see what it's like.
You also, you've earned multiple achievement medals that included a Combat Lifesaver. Do you feel comfortable talking about the Combat Lifesaver medal?
Most definitely. It was a competition I was in, and it's basically where you go through, different drills and everything in a wartime scenario, and that's what really awarded it to me. Outside of that, I wouldn't say I had to save anyone, actually save somebody's life in that regard, to that capacity. But all salutes to those who had to do that. But that's where that reward did come from.
Very, 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 very cool. Okay, so how do you gravitate into trucking? How do we go from being staff sergeant and then making your way into a position over at Stevens?
Honestly, it was really long. Let me make it brief for you. My last 3 years in the military as a staff sergeant, I was an instructor for AIT, for the Patriot Missile Operators and Maintainers, and I trained hundreds of soldiers. And at that point, I had a crossword to make to either, go be a pilot. That was my first idea, or get out. And at that point, I was like, you know what? I think I kind of maximized what I got in the military for, and that's just kind of serve and to teach. So I looked at Stevens Transport when I went to HDS. Shout out HDS. That's the school I attended, great school. I did the 730 program, kind of like a mechanics course. I got my Class B license as well as my CDL, as well as 400 additional driving hours on the road. So that right there, they were real helpful. real insightful too with all the companies out there. And I wasn't aware of Stevens Transport until they brought it to my attention, and they started off with the color of the truck. And that's my favorite color and the type of truck. It was a black Kenworth. And it just looked real sporty, real nice, and that's really what caught my attention, honestly. And after that, I seen they had a training program, and I was interested in that because I was a trainer previously. And that's what I worked up for, and that's where I am now.
Let me ask you, and then I know Dave has a question for you. Let me ask you about training as well too. What do you think is the necessary component to being a good trainer? I mean, the fact that you're a former staff sergeant speaks to the ability to communicate with people. But what do you think is most important in becoming a trainer? Whether it is in fact for Patriot missiles, or if it in fact is teaching people how to drive a truck better.
I'm glad you asked me that. Actually, I think being a trainer, you definitely have to have passion for what you're doing. And then you also got to have that understanding of people and just knowing that people learn differently. And they can still develop that same passion if you're teaching them correctly. And a lot of the times people come into trucking and they all got different reasons of why they join. The same reason, with the military, people get in and they all got their different reasons why they join. But the leaders there determine if people stay or if they go. And I believe with the correct leadership, you can retain a lot more people if you teach them the right way. And I believe that starts with everybody, So I do only what I can do. Obviously, I can only train one person at a time with this, but I just want everybody that comes through me, I want them to have a good impression on the company, a good impression on the industry, and then, even a better impression on themselves. And that's just going to make more better drivers altogether. You know what I'm saying? So that's the main thing for me.
I want to take one word out of that. This is Dave, Mark. I just want to take one word out of that, retention, because that is, through the decades, there were the two R's of trucking were recruiting and retention. And then it became retention and recruiting and then bouncing back and forth. We need to get new people. No, we need to keep the people we got. And you seem to be in the camp of we need to keep the people we got, so let's make them the best we can, because that's the only really true way to build retention and then keep a fleet of or a cadre of drivers in the fleet that are going to be there for 1 million miles and, the gold watch at the end, so to speak, if you know what I'm saying. So you're really not just helping that driver, you're actually helping the company stay stable, because it costs a lot of money to they're telling me now that to recruit a driver is about $12,000 now. Through all of the hoops and everything you got to go through. So that idea of retention is real important. Is that part of your impetus to do that?
Yes, sir. Most definitely. I think the retention is important because, you keep the skill that you already spent the money on, and it's not bad getting new people, but you really want to focus on the quality of the driver, and you want people to take it serious because it's a dangerous job. And you want the people coming to actually, have some passion for it, and compassion for those on the road with them. This is a lot of components that you have to take into account.
And that kind of, to go back to what Dave said, that really is the idea that you're not just setting a foundation for a safer driver, you're setting a foundation for a driver who makes the company money. But I love the last component of that. You're setting the foundation for a driver who also is committed to taking care of everybody else on the road, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you win this thing, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with it?
Honestly, like I said before, the first thing I'm going to do with it, I really love the color. I'm not going to lie. I thought I was going to want to change the color. I love the color, but I'm going to put some black rims on there, some black chrome rims to finish it off, give it a nice polish, and then I really want to change the grill color to a black chrome finish, just to give it that, that aggression, just so it could stand out a little bit. And from there, keep on moving these lows and try to expand, and I still want to stay with Stevens and, keep it going, try to grow a fleet and see where I could go with this thing.
Mark Scriven, by the way, of Stevens Transport, is a U.S. Army veteran and former staff sergeant. It is a pleasure to have him on the show. Congratulations again. We can't wait to see you in Washington, D.C., Scriv. Thank you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all, boss. Y'all have a great day.
You too as well. By the way, go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. They're doing it through technology. They're doing it through recruiting. And most importantly, they're doing it through people. Go to fastport.com and find out how you can actually onboard the next generation of great drivers and great people to work in the transportation industry. Nemo Nation will continue on the other side. An old friend of this show, an old friend of the former show on the former platform, a former member of the former platform is going to be joining us. Just a chance to catch up with the former freewheeling co-host, Chris T, is going to be joining us here in short order. Don't forget after that, Kelvin Kohatsu is going to be joining us. And by the way, Hawaii does have a trucking association, and Kelvin runs it. We're excited about that. You know how many steps I did over the month of September as we've kind of brought September to a close, Dave? Want to take a guess?
For the whole month?
Whole month.
Oh, my God. 900,000?
No, that's ridiculous. That would be
okay.
amazing. 233,633 according to the app whenever I had my phone on me. The total was, 233,633 steps with the phone on me.
Wow.
That's what I have done. Do the math, 30 days. Did okay. I did okay.
That is okay.
Yeah. We'll be back, of course, on the other side of this, guys. And don't forget, Jeremy Remmer is going to be here to talk about the 61 Challenge.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We've reached the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
That I can do on this lovely Monday. This is Nemo Nation live from the Degas House at Fastport Studios. Good morning.
Big shout out to our friends at Fastport, by the way, and thank you, by the way, to our friend Paige over at Fastport, one of those many remarkable people that Brad Bentley employs, who worked with Claire Marie to make sure that we could get all of those nominees. Great Americans all, not a single one overrated. Speaking of not being overrated and being a great American, one of the grand poobahs of radio, CBS, NPR, Sirius XM, WFMU, WYNC, host Aerial View, Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time on thehoundnyc.com and wherever you get your podcast. Founder/guitarist NYHC Legends Nihilistics at thenihilistics.com and owns That Cave Antiques, eBay/Reverb. It is our pleasure to tell an old friend hello. I got a chance to talk to him about a week and a half ago or so. Let's do a little bit of a mic test to make sure that the hookup was outstanding. We got a chance to say, hey, Dave, why don't you say good morning to Chris T?
You know, I'm kind of reminded back in the old days when I would say, well, coming up right after news and weather, it's Chris T and Meredith Oaks with Freewheeling here on XM.
Yeah, on XM.
Yeah.
On XM.
Hey, Chris, good morning, man. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. This is very, very strange and bizarre because I just did some checking and I found out it was like 20 years ago, right around now, that the late, great Jeremy Tepper reached out to me and said, hey, do you want to come and do a show on the trucking channel? They're giving me the trucking channel to revamp, and it's hard to believe 20 years have gone by. I mean, Dave, you've been at this since what, 1968, 1969?
Yeah. Well, Trucking Radio 71, but who's counting?
But shooting his suck off on the air 68, 69. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So here we are all again, the old gang gathered from one last heist.
Oh, I love that, by the way. Dre, set the timer. Here we go. One more time. If you make it to the door, just don't take the exit to go kill Wayne Grow, and maybe you'll make the airport at LAX. Yeah, it's good to have you, Chris. Good to have you, man.
It's good to talk to you. How do you guys feel being independent at this point?
Well, we're here. Kind of like doing the same thing that we've ever done. Just in a different location, circling back to New Orleans here. We're within walking distance of the studios on Rampart Street where Charlie Douglas started it all. So it's it's like a reunion in a sense and a new venture all at the same time. I know that's pablum, but that's
I got to tell you, Chris, one of the things that we have loved, and Dave, I can't speak for Dave, but I can speak for Dre and I, although Dave has made mention of this. The shows go by faster. The shows are more fun. We make the joke about corporate overlords not getting emails telling us to temper what we say, or, people. Right. I'll be really blunt. Not having people literally looking over your shoulder. It's kind of like back in the day when you get kind of left alone. I wanted to ask you a question because it applies to you as well, because you got started right at the top as well too. You and Dave kind of began the adventure when Sirius didn't have a lot of folks subscribing. Basically, you guys kind of started. I made the comment before you came on this morning that in many ways, trucking radio built those platforms. It built them. You guys were responsible.
When I showed up there, it was even earlier than that. It was 2003 around there, because of the good doctor who was a DJ on WFMU reached out to me and said, I'm revamping the Blues Channel. Do you want to come and do a show on the Blues Channel? So even before Jeremy Tepper lured me away from, I was working at the NPR New York Bureau at the time, and I had just gotten into the union, and it was like the most secure job that I had ever had in my life. I grew up, blue collar, working class, and that to me was like security. I have a job, but as I said at Jeremy's memorial, he sort of convinced me that I needed to be on mic, because I was on the wrong side of the glass. I was engineering, and he knew that I had done this talk show for many years on WFMU called Aerial View. And he said, no, you're supposed to be on mic. You're supposed to be doing this. And it was his belief in me that had me saying goodbye to a union job to go to a place where I could have been fired in a couple of weeks. But I had been working freelance as a gig employee, really, on the Blues Channel for a couple of years, where I used the name Chris Tedesco on the air because nobody could say my last name or spell it. They couldn't pronounce it. So, and that's how I became Chris T. I've been Chris T since I was 17, 18 years old in a, New York hardcore band called the Nihilistic. So I was Chris T for a long time, and that just sort of transferred to being on the air. But when I showed up there was no Howard Stern wing yet. He hadn't been hired yet by the company, and it was still this fairly new thing where everybody was trying to figure out, well, what is the real value in this? And to me, and the thing that I used to, Dave, you might agree with this, you might not, I used to butt heads all the time with management, is that the thing that makes us unique is the live radio. The fact that folks can call in and be on live. You're not going to get that from anything else. Wall to wall, treetop tall, drivers from Canada or, into the United States being able to interact with hosts on the air. But to Jimmy Mack's point, it got to be to where these folks were getting involved in everything having to do with the creative act of going on the air and hosting a talk show. And to me, it was like a case of like, you can't do what I do, but you want to get involved in doing what I do because you don't trust my expertise to do what I do. And it was the fact that there was no trust anymore, and they had to justify their middle management pay by mucking up everything that really started to give me migraines. I would wake up sometimes in the morning, put my feet on the floor and say, how much longer do I have to do this? Because I couldn't take the amount of involvement that was happening. And one day I didn't have to do it anymore. Ironically enough, we had just done a show called Long May You Run. That was the best part. Was after doing that show on a Friday, we got called into an office and said, we're going in a new direction. And we all know what that means, don't we?
Yeah, and the other thing is too is the fact that this is I'm get myself in trouble for like quoting Shakespeare because I have this crazy idea that the men and women out there listening might actually read books and might actually think for themselves. And I've often described some of the characters that you've talked about. There's a line from Shakespeare where he says, "Petty men who peep about their legs and find for themselves dishonorable graves." And so much of what a lot of the drivers, I think, don't understand, and I don't mean like would not grasp, just don't understand, is the fact that so much of, I'm going to be really blunt here. OIDA talks about it all the time, turning truck drivers into a piggy bank, by which, you kind of, create channels for them and then significantly dismantle those channels because you really just want to drive people to other channels as well and not giving them what they want. And it becomes kind of this ongoing fight to kind of give the listeners what they want against what the people who run these things want the listeners to go check out something else. Am I making sense? That land at all for you?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I would say is that they began to strip all of these elements from our show that they thought could be found elsewhere on the service. So we have channels for that. We have channels for this, and we don't need that on this channel. And my argument would be like, yeah, but bringing these people on and putting them in front of a trucking audience is a different thing entirely. And why can't we have nice things too? It just got to be to the point where, it had run its course, and I didn't know how to do it anymore and please them at the same time, because we had a series of managers come in, and they all had different ideas and they all wanted to reconfigure things. And, I just thought, where's the respect for the difficult, job that we do every day? It's not easy, Dave, as you know, hosting a daily phone-in talk show where over the course of many hours, you have to be relevant and informative and entertaining. And the idea that you can do that even when the phones go down and no one's calling in is a skill. But it wasn't a skill that I felt they respected all that much, unfortunately.
Well, that's an interesting take, and I think you're really spot on in terms of, checking all of the boxes that needed to be checked or were checked through the course of events. They were changing direction thing. Similar thing happened to us. But that happens in the biz too. There's that. But what I think the component that upper management and then through them middle management starts to absorb is that it's a trucking channel. We're going to talk about trucks. We may talk about trailers too, but we're certainly talking trucks, and that's it. Over here, we're going to talk golf. We may talk about golf carts and maybe some grass, but that's about it. And for the golfer, that's wonderful. But for the truck driver, it ain't. And the reason of it is because the truck driver's not going to get off the course, get in his car, and go home. He has a life away from that golf course. He has a life away from that office. The truck driver, yeah, of course they have lives away from the truck, but on a 24-hour basis, they don't. They're in that truck for 24 hours. That's their life. That's where their life is. And we, back in the early 70s, I'm going to kind of do a little bit of anyway, Charlie Douglas told me that if I was going to succeed in this, then I have to be myself. Don't be a phony. A truck driver can spot a phony a mile away. All of that stuff I've said so many times before. But what I'm getting at is that they leave the human connective component out of the out of it. Yeah, you want to talk about trucks and once in a while about trailers, but what about the person behind the wheel? And it circles back to something I've been saying lately. When a guy in an SUV cuts you off in the road, you yell and scream at him, he's an idiot, he's a stupid, blah, 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 blah. You never say, well, look at that Toyota. But when a truck driver does something, or if you perceive it to be, you don't say, look at that Kenworth, look at that Volvo. No, you say, you don't say, look at that. I'm sorry, I did that backwards. You don't say, look at that idiot driving that truck. You say, look at that truck. Oh, that truck cut me off. Big truck cut me off. No, the big truck didn't do a damn thing. Guy behind the wheel did it, but you don't even know there's a guy behind the wheel. And I think that is the connection that has been lost, or maybe it never even connected with upper management, middle management through the decades.
I had a guy tell me, an ad sales guy tell me in an elevator, that we were the number 2 channel, the Road Dog channel, behind the Howard Stern channel in terms of ad revenue. And yet we would go to these trade shows and you would never see any signage for a live event we'd be doing, a live broadcast. And every time I'd be saying, can we get some signage out here? I mean, there was other broadcasters there. There were signs all over. You'd walk into the, Kentucky Exposition Center, or you'd walk into the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center in Dallas, and you wouldn't see any signs that we're doing a live broadcast. And it was I always felt like this thing just doesn't get fed the way that it should be fed. And they just see these folks, as you said earlier, as like a piggy bank, a way to make some coin. And my response to the question, when we would be asked, what do you know about truck driving? You never drove a truck. I'd be like, well, we know about truck drivers, and truck drivers are at the center of our show. We want to learn who these people are. We want to know these people. And look, I still have some friends from, I haven't been on the air there since 2018. I think it was April 2018. But I still talk to a few folks that I became friendly with, especially at these live events, because it's easy for people to think what they think when you're on the air. When they meet you in person, it's a different thing entirely. So I'm proud of that fact that there are still drivers that are in touch with me and I still keep up with and talk to. But those were the very same drivers we'd be told over and over again, don't take the same calls from the same people every day. These people, they're calling too often. And we would be like, they feel a connection to this thing. They feel connected to us. And what is wrong with that? Why can't we have
get
folks
connected
who
to one another? Drivers meet, you're talking about going to the shows. How many drivers can you count? I mean, you can't count the number of drivers who met one another and are still friends today. They may have met 10, 15, 20 years ago at these truck shows,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And look, the last time I turned it on, because I bought an electric car back in June, and it came with, some Sirius XM on it. And I turned on the trucking channel, and I think I said this to you, David. It doesn't sound good. The sound quality is terrible at this point. It sounds like wishy-washy MP3 sound quality. And they keep squeezing it so they can take the bandwidth away from that channel and give it to other channels. They find some celebrity influencer who's got hundreds of thousands of followers, and they decide, let's put this person on the radio, never knowing whether or not that person can do a radio show. I mean, it's the David Lee Roth syndrome. If you remember when they tried to make David Lee Roth into a DJ and it failed miserably, because David Lee Roth was good at being a rock star. It doesn't mean you're good at doing radio. So again, there's that respect for this job, the job of like doing an entertaining radio show that I just didn't feel anymore for coming from those folks. They thought they could stick anybody, literally anybody in front of a microphone and have them take calls and answer questions. And I don't know how that's working out for them, frankly.
It by the way, it's happening right now over on the channel. I mean, and like I said, you talk about the idea of the middle management problems. My issues, by the way, and this is me being generous towards the middle management, my issues were less with middle management and more with salespeople who actually focused on things other than sales, who suddenly viewed themselves as a programmer and a discerner of what it was truck drivers wanted to hear. Or worse than that, how about this? Because at least if you are trying to discern what truck drivers want to hear, you actually care. As opposed to believing that, what's the great line that there's some people who think they're pitching an oasis when in fact they're pitching a mirage. and they think that people are willing to drink the sand. And will put people into seats just because I can make anybody work. Because there was one person at the end who actually sent a very passive-aggressive email to Dave at the end. And what he said was, I was always thrilled that I could always help you out by selling for you. And as if to somehow suggest, well, wait, you weren't selling for me. Weren't you supposed to be selling me? And that, I remember that I'm being like, I don't think you understand what your job is, by the way, if that in fact is what you're doing. It's an interesting thing too, because at some point these guys are really smart. And you know this, the men and women who listen to this stuff are really smart, and they begin to figure out when they're being sold a bill of goods, when they're being given something and told, this is what you're supposed to like, as opposed to this is what you like. And that's
Here's
always
the thing I can never understand. And to use a truck analogy, like we were the cab, right? We're the engine driving this thing. We're trying to get people to listen to it, which isn't easy, right? And we're trying to get people to stay loyal. And not only that, to use the products that are being advertised on the show and visit the sponsors and so on. But I always felt like we were the trailer, that other things were more important, whether it was the ad sales department or engineering department or whoever it was. And not that I wanted to have the hubris of like, hey, I'm the talent. I never thought that of myself. I thought, we're the first line of defense. We're trying to get people interested in this and listening to it. And that's not easy to do, but somehow you think it is. Maybe we make it look too easy. That could be the problem, but I don't know. I just never understood why the programming wasn't paramount. You know what I mean, Dave?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I want to ask you
captive audience syndrome.
Or believing you have a captive
audience.
That's the thing. Believing you have a captive audience and believing that eventually it becomes almost like the state withers away, the channel dies, but they stick on the Sirius XM platform.
Let me just interject something that's not 100%, but in a sense, before the explosion of the internet, where we are now, streaming, before streaming, it was kind of a captive audience. Because you really didn't have anything else to listen to that pertained in any way to you, especially during the daytime. Now at night, if some of the old all-night shows were still on for a while, but the AM radio thing went away, altogether. So
it's
you still
not even in my new car. A 2023 car doesn't have AM radio in it. I was amazed. I tried to listen to a Mets game the other day. The Mets are out of it. So
it's an electric car.
It's an electric car.
Yeah, AM takes too much juice.
Yeah, but there was a big fight that Ted Cruz, I'll put it this way, Ted Cruz and Senator Markey actually got together in a desperate attempt to stop that from happening.
Right.
To stop them from removing AM radio from those cars, and they ended up losing the argument. And when two guys on completely opposite sides of the aisle lose that argument, there's a real problem. I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris. I'm just we're all over the place in kind of an exciting way here.
I mean, to your point, I listen on an app now. I have to open an app in the car to listen to the Mets game. It's a little ridiculous, but I'm grateful that this is there so that folks can get, Dave Nemo directly. They don't need the middleman anymore. That's what, guys like Joe Rogan and other podcasters have proven, and some of them that still do live shows, because my thing was always live radio, and that's the thing I love the most. But the idea that you don't need, a middleman, you don't need somebody laying in between you and your audience. You can go direct to the audience and have a lot more freedom and have a lot more independence and not have ridiculous emails coming to you from folks who are like, if you stuck them on the air for 10 minutes, it would it'd be worse than the Hindenburg disaster.
I think we should actually force them to do it, to be honest with you, Chris. I think we should at some point say, you know what, dude, we're gonna put you in front of a mic. Go ahead and go. Go ahead and make it happen for us. Prove to us how easy this is. Sorry.
Dave, how many times has someone said to you they ought to put me on the radio? I used to get that all the time. I'd be like, when do you want to do it? I'll give you 30 minutes. Come on out. Come and do 30 minutes. I want to hear you on the radio. Because again, just like driving a truck is a skill set, and I respect that skill set, hosting a radio show is a skill set. Not everybody can do it. And, I'm glad that you decided to keep doing it.
I'm going to say something, and then I have a question I want to ask you about you. Everybody in this country has to stop being dismissive of everybody else's skill set. I'm at that point now. If a truck driver wants respect, then they need to respect what a doctor does. If a doctor wants respect, they need to respect what a truck driver does. And I'm at the point now where I'm so tired of everybody questioning everybody else's expertise and yet getting butthurt when their own expertise gets questioned. I mean, I wish we would come to a point in this country where it'd be like, you know what, you're really good at what you do, and I'm really good at what you do. I do. So why don't we just trust each other's opinion on that thing and not turn ourselves into a constitutional attorney or an over-the-road truck driver, despite the fact that we practice neither thing.
Suzanne on YouTube says, "Hey, Christine."
Hello, Suzanne.
So
How are you?
We got that out there. Okay, so tell us about you. Tell us what's going on in the world of Christy. What you got cooking, what you got going, what you're excited about.
I mean, I'm mostly retired at this point. You know, I do the occasional freelance audio gig, and I joined the Elks Lodge back in November, my local Elks Lodge, because I wanted to meet my neighbors in real life, which is what I try to say to folks when they say, "Why did you become an elk?" You know, the Elks are a fraternal organization, been around since the late 1800s, and I host karaoke every other Friday night there, and I've been finding a lot more joy in doing that than I ever thought. You know, it's pretty interesting when folks get up and sing in front of a crowd. And I'm working on a book about my days in the New York hardcore scene and how me and my best friend who started this band, he ended up being the guy that tried to murder me one night in November. And so I'm trying to tell that story and get that out there. My dream is to one day be sitting in a bookstore reading from my own book and doing a Q&A about that very same book. So that's kind of how I'm occupying myself. But my wife, Sweet Tea, if the drivers remember Sweet Tea, she retired a couple of years ago. So we get to spend our time, you know, doing what we like. And that's an enormous freedom. I know not everybody has that opportunity, but I got to, again, be grateful to Jeremy Tepper because, you know, without him and without that gig, and without the 401k that I socked a lot of money in as I was working there all those years, life would be different right now. And so I'm forever grateful for the opportunity to do that and for the folks who allowed me to come and be on the air. I just think that the unfortunate thing that's gone on in this country, Jimmy, in addition to, you know, the devaluing of expertise, is that everything is driven by shareholders. So that once SiriusXM started focusing on nothing but returning value to the investor, I think that's when they began to lose their way. Because initially it wasn't like that. Initially you felt like the programmer got respect and the programmer was driving the thing. But then at some point it was like, no, we need to raise the stock value. And I think that's always a mistake, whether it's that company or any other company.
Well, yeah, and the idea is that it's the bottom, you know, the bottom line. But believe me, I understand the bottom line. I understand that it has to often be met. But making the bottom line from a minute by minute situation is a very different and very destructive thing as opposed to looking at, you know, 3-year plans, 5-year plans, long-term growth and all that. There's got to be some way where we look at things and say, hey, we're going to be a little patient here. And the whole thing doesn't have to turn around overnight. And you don't need to make a profit every single second of the day. Sometimes the long haul investment, as we all know too well from this job, is often the investment that pays off the most, as you're discovering right now, by the way. By the way, just to kind of put us all in perspective, I had a good talk with James Parker, who actually does the Dear James column over in the Atlantic and has been on this show a number of times. Just to put it in perspective, speaking of music, you realize that Double Nickels on the Dime by the Minutemen is over 40 years old now?
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Look, my friend Bruce, I interviewed my friend Bruce. He was in a band called Adrenaline OD from New Jersey, famous New Jersey hardcore band. And he said, you know, it's 60-year-old guys talking about 40-year-old music made by 20-year-olds. So I quote his line all the time. That's what's going on now. You have all this interest. I went to the CBGB festival on Saturday in Brooklyn, and I couldn't believe all the young people, especially that were there getting into this music, you know, that's been around a moment now, but punk rock and hardcore music is having its moment currently. So there is still a lot of interest in that. And I'm grateful for that. And who knew that a band that I was in, you know, started back in 1980, 1981, 82, people would still care about and still be talking about. But that's the case. So interesting place to be.
Trucker Bosun just wrote in our chat, they went from fighting the establishment to being the establishment. And yeah, because Dave talked about this too, the idea we had 1,700 subscribers when you made the leap over there. And in many ways, you guys actually got started over there right as AM radio was being hijacked by a series of lies and distortions in regards to its listenership. And it just turns out that the revolution just continues to move a little further out west. Chris T has joined us this morning. We're out of time. Where can they find you, Chris? Best place to find you?
The best place to find me is at the Weehawken Elks Lodge on Boulevard. I mean, online, Facebook. I'm on Facebook under my actual name, which is TSAKIS, Sakis, and on Instagram under the same thing. I mean, in terms of social media, that's where you can find me. My website really needs to be rebuilt, but it's mylastname.com. So you could always go to the website, but that thing has tumbleweeds blowing through it at this point. I got to rebuild it.
That's okay. That's okay. We all have to make the leap from MySpace at some point or another. Thank you, Chris, by the way. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. You're welcome back anytime. And promise me when you finish that book, we do at least 3 to 4 books a week over here because we actually know these guys read and listen. So we'd love to have you back for that, but sooner rather than later. Okay?
Well, it's really been a thrill, and thank you for asking me to join you for a little bit here this morning. And good luck down the line, man.
We'll figure it out somehow, some way. As Dave said, we ended up on we thought was a deserted island. We ended up on a giant continent of possibility. Nemo Nation continues after this. Big thanks to Chris T for making time and space. Good dude, right, Dave?
Good dude.
We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We are back to Nemo Nation. Dave's got a little bit more information for us for National Coffee Day before we get to our next guest. What you got, Dave?
Well, we've been talking about how controversial coffee was. So women in England tried to get it banned because it was turning men into walking corpses. The women's petition against coffee. Well, listen to this. In 1746, in Sweden, they said they needed to eradicate coffee because, it stimulated radical thinking. Think about that for a second.
Rehearsing the revolution.
About 30 years later, it did stimulate radical thinking here in America, or what would become America. But in 1746, Sweden banned coffee and coffee paraphernalia. You couldn't even buy cups or saucers.
That's enough of that, man. What are you talking about?
Too much.
Down with the coffee, rehearsing the revolution. By the way, the Tories were the party of wine before the in England in the 17th century, and the Whigs were the party of coffee. There you go, man. You had to wear a wig because all your hair fell out from drinking all that coffee.
Exactly.
Would you care to do the honors and introduce our next guest, please, Dave?
Yes, indeed. And we are going to take that imaginary bridge and drive over to Hawaii because Calvin Katsu is joining us right now. He's the managing director of the Hawaii Transportation Association, a group that goes back to 1938, long before it became a state. Calvin, good morning.
Good morning. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha. Thank you very much. Where are you right now?
I'm in my workroom at my home in Hilo, Hawaii.
Hilo. Okay.
Very, very nice, by the way. And I can imagine that there are a lot of people who aren't even from your state who are going to be attending your annual conference, by the way.
Yes, they have. It was a few weeks ago, and we had a great turnout.
I want people to go to htahawaii.org.
No, the L is a misprint. It's just
it's a misprint. Okay, good. Okay, so that's a misprint. Okay, okay, fantastic. And by the way, you're joining us this morning. So tell us how the conference went, and tell us what was on everybody's mind.
Well, let's see. A few weeks ago, September 9, 10, and 11. September 9 was our golf tournament to get everybody together, and then 10th and 11th we had the business sessions and the dinner and exhibition night and stuff. We had some interesting topics that we went over with emergency management, with the FBI and counterterrorism efforts. We had a discussion with the OEMs, PACCAR, Volvo, and Cummins, and we discussed the state's HDOT update on their energy security and waste reduction plan. And that's their plan to be 2045 emissions net zero on transportation. And a lot of other subjects for
2045.
2045.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So
I guess it kind of parallels some of the other Western states.
Yeah, so you're having these conversations, and I wanted to kind of give people a view from above for you guys, because in many ways, it's the same. You just made the comparison to the other Western states and all that. Talk about the unique challenges that your organization faces. We know the commonalities. What does the Hawaiian Trucking Association face in regards to unique sort of challenges to kind of having to speak as one voice, to speak as a voice that actually not just pertain to Hawaii, but to the rest of the country too? What insights do you guys have that are unique for your particular setup?
I think one of the unique things in Hawaii is we're subject to a lot of natural disasters. I got asked to speak about emergency preparedness. So, we got the hurricanes, tropical storms, earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, and we're just a small island state. Everything has to be imported. A lot of things are not, manufactured in Hawaii. So it comes over on the ship or via plane. And that's a very large challenge for the state of Hawaii and transportation.
You speak of natural disasters, and of course I was going to ask you about Maui and how the association and members, is it taking a real, what's happening with trucking in Maui?
Well, that emergency brought about a lot of debris removal by FEMA. So when they declare an emergency and stuff, then they hire all these contractors, and some of them are not, registered with the PUC and HDOT and stuff. So, but I guess during an emergency procedure, they get everybody, and everybody comes out of the woodwork and starts driving. Was it a safety concern? You bet. Did some of the residents complain, you bet. But it is what it is, you know.
Yeah,
Move forward.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It sounds to me a lot like you guys focus on the big issues that are really kind of getting you guys there. Is that so much of what you guys do is focused on intermodal, is focused on disaster relief, and that in many ways you guys are the first line of the lifeline, that so much has to come across to get to you guys in order to kind of make the state functional as part of the 50. That, you know, that trucking becomes the lifeline, that once the things move across the water or through the air, you guys are really the kind of, I mean, in many ways, you are what allows Hawaii to be a modern, forward-thinking state in many ways. Because without you guys, without your association, without the industry, it really limits the growth possibilities of the island. Correct?
You are 100% correct. In a recent meeting we had with the Hawaii Emergency Management Team, they brought together the ocean shippers, the air shippers, and us, the ground transportation. So, you know, we had a lot of discussions on that, and they allowed me to speak last. And I said, okay, you know, it's very appropriate that I speak last because we're the final delivery people. I mean, everything comes all over the world into Hawaii via ocean. And without the truckers, it stays at the dock. Same with the air shippers. Without the truckers, it stays at the airport. And they said, oh, we didn't really think about that. I said, well, please think about it now.
It's amazing what people don't think about, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you know, we're so reliable, they take it for granted. Right?
Exactly.
So, and that's okay, yeah. But, you know, right after our convention, it was National Truck Drivers Appreciation Week. So, you know, we did a lot of stuff on social media. In fact, we had our past president on the morning news show in Hawaii on TV and talking about truck drivers appreciation, about women in motion, and a lot of other things that the HTA tries to promote.
You know, it's interesting to me, Dave. This is really something, you know, Dave and I have been talking about. So in some ways, you guys are basically responsible for anything that needs to get on the island. You're responsible for getting it on. And we go back to natural disaster relief, but also just in basically services. Anything that needs to get off the island, you're the one group of people who make sure that it get off, whether it's refuse or whether it's actual anything that is being exported from the island. But so much of, you know, Hawaii is based around tourist industry and the maintenance of the island, the idea of maintaining its kind of position as a beautiful jewel in the crown that is the United States really is dependent upon you guys making sure that the stuff gets out there, because Hawaii I'm going to make this really kind of blunt, Hawaii without gift shops, without restaurants and hotels that are stocked to the nth degree, it just would collapse the economy to a large degree, correct? I mean, basically, I sound like I'm beating a horse here, but that's the truth, right?
No, you're absolutely correct. And in addition to that, we have a large military presence. So there is a lot of funding coming through the federal government for the, you know, Pearl Harbor, Hickam Air Force Base, Conway, the Marine Corps Base, and everything. So, and the tourist industry is, you know, the main economic driver in the state of Hawaii. And, you know, we do have a lot of tour companies, tour bus companies and carriers, limousines. It plays an important part and really promoting Hawaii. And there's the detractors say, you know, we have too many people coming in. No, if it's done responsibly, it'll be great for the economy.
Well, you know, it's interesting to follow up on that. The association logo has three things. It has a palm tree, a tractor trailer, and a bus.
Yes, sir.
Because that's it, isn't it? I mean, that's what I mean. Those buses are really important too. Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, very important, and it's really symbolic. And I'm glad you brought that up. You know, getting the message out there that that's what we're made up of. And do we always agree 100% of the time? Of course not. But that's what makes it lively for me as a retired Hawaiian Electric Fleet Director for 21 years. And so I know that Lahaina stuff real well.
You opened up a door that I was going to ask you to walk through. just now.
Okay.
And I'm thinking of the buses now, not so much the trucks. But are we electrifying buses to any great degree there now at this point in Hawaii?
Well, yeah. Let me give you some background. When I was at Hawaiian Electric, I did a lot of that for the past 20 years, electrifying our fleet at Hawaiian Electric as being the leader and example of electrification of transportation. Several of the companies have delved into buying a couple of those electric buses. Our city and county of Honolulu has picked up a bunch of electric buses, I think, made by Gillig. So they're moving in that direction. And of course, range is not a problem here, right? I mean, where are you going to go? You drive 25 miles one way, you hit the ocean, and you drive 25 miles the other way, you hit the ocean.
Well, to that end, then, maybe tractor trailers too, then, right? Are you getting any influx of electric trucks?
No, and I've done a lot of work with the OEMs, and they've included me in a lot of the prototype modeling and testing, and they all work great, but they're super expensive.
Oh, yes.
And the members asked. I said, I'm thinking you guys would rather buy 3 diesel tractor trailers instead of 1 electric tractor and make 3 times the revenue.
There you
And
go.
they said, yeah. So the cost is a big hurdle here.
Well, the good news is, though, if you ever decide to have any solar panel fields, you don't have a lack of sunlight. I will say that, though, that you're actually able to kind of charge things up that way. But there are grid issues given the integrity of the islands. Correct? I mean, it takes a lot of power to kind of establish that grid presence for a giant fleet of those kind of trucks. So I can imagine, and given some of the environmental concerns, Hawaii isn't the best place to go digging up stuff and reconfiguring landscapes, is it?
No, it's not. Along with environmental impact statements, some Hawaii revised statute laws that prevent, certain things from being done. We've got a lot of restrictions, and it's really based on the cost. The cost is really prohibitive in Hawaii. As you probably know, Hawaii is probably the most expensive state to live in and work in. And rightfully so. I mean, everything's got to be imported. So here we are.
Here we are, by the way. We have to let you go, but I want to say something really quickly. We want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, by the way, because if you guys don't know anything, I used to live in Seattle, and I used to think I had to get up early. It is currently 5:43 in the morning over in Hawaii right now, and we thank you so much for waking up at that early hour. I know you're probably an early riser to begin with, but thank you so much for making time with us this early in the morning in your neck of the woods. Really appreciate it.
And thank you for the invitation. It has been great talking with you guys. And if you're ever on the Big Island, where I live, I keep a sport fishing boat in Kona. Let's go fishing.
Oh my God, guys! I got to tell you right now, we got our next remote. We got our next remote.
And in fact, maybe we can do a show right on the boat.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, it's exactly what we're talking about. Sign me up, by the way. It is so good to have Kelvin on. Thank you so much, sir. And continued success over there being the managing director of the Highway Transportation Association. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and aloha.
Aloha to you as well. HTHHawaii.org. We'll take a deep breath of oxygen here. Madison will play us a little tweener music, and we'll bring our next guest on. Madison, take it away.
About the most expensive coffee in the world.
What is the most expensive coffee in the world, by the way, Dave? And you got to say good morning to our next guest. Good morning to our next guest, by the way. We were taking a break from the half hour.
You know what? I got entered the time where I was wondering why you gave me that
Why
look.
are you talking on the music? I'm like, what are you doing there?
Yeah, that ain't the right music.
What's going on? But by the way, what did I tell you? 233,000 steps over the month of September.
Yeah.
230. That's what I got. That's what my app says I did when that phone was on, counting my steps as I was taking my walk. And I'm actually doing a little bragging, Dave, for our next guest. Would you care to do the the introduction for him.
Jeremy Raymer is joining us. Haven't seen him in a while, but we're looking forward to seeing him soon. He is the founder of Driver Reach and Project 61, and also on the streaming in the streaming world, he hosts Taking the Higher Road podcast, HIRE Road.
That's right,
podcast. Man. Yes. Hey, Jeremy. Good morning.
Good morning. So great to join you.
Well, it's great to have you with us too, and happy National Coffee Day.
I knew there was a reason why I had some coffee this morning. Is that the reason?
That's the reason.
I do that every day.
That's the reason. Okay. You didn't have any of this coffee, though, I'll bet, because it's $600 a pound. Do you know where I'm going here?
$600 a pound coffee. What?
$600 a pound. Comes from Indonesia.
And that's not just due to inflation or tariffs, right? That's just because it's that good or that.
This is due to total weirdness. This is total weirdness. This is what it's due to. There's a little cat-like animal. Looks like a weasel called a civet.
Oh,
you know where I'm going.
I've had that.
Yeah. Oh, have you?
Disgusting.
Wow.
Yes.
It's disgusting.
So a friend of mine, their family is from Java, right?
Okay.
I think it's Indonesia.
Yeah.
And brought over some that was,
Wait, is that east of Krakatoa? Java?
I don't know.
Go on, Jeremy. So he brought it over. What happened?
Dated.
Yeah.
Well, and I was going to try it, of course. I'm not going to not try it.
Yeah. Sure.
It certainly wasn't remarkable. And I know that I don't know. I guess these berries pass through an animal. It's pretty gross.
The beans pass through the civet's systems without being fully digested, at which point some brave coffee farmer collects the beans from the civet's droppings, thoroughly washes them, and sells them for $600 a pound.
Yeah, and by the way, that was a plot point in the last Jack Reacher series, by the way. They actually have a big conversation in the kitchen as Jack Reacher kind of says, no thanks, not for me. You remember?
Oh, I do remember that.
I thought you might.
Yes.
I thought you might. And by the way, it terrifies me because there are two ways not to live past 61. The first of which is, drinking that coffee on a regular basis. The second of which, though, is where we pivot to Jeremy and what he's so deeply invested in. Let's talk about this 61. Let's talk about that magic number and why that's so important and why you're so focused on it. And by the way, welcome back.
Great to be back, and I'm so glad that we can talk about this. It's such an important topic, and as I have continued to become more and more passionate about it, especially as I engage with more people and hear more stories, both good and bad, it's so critical, and it's something that I don't feel like is talked about often enough in the trucking industry.
Project 61 is the name, and for all of our friends out there who are listening on a regular basis, you've heard us talk about this. Jeremy is the man with the plan. It's a nonprofit, and tell us why you created it, Jeremy.
It's a statistic that I had heard before, and maybe I think at the time, this probably close to a decade ago, sort of buried my head in the sand, as I think probably a lot of us have. We're busy with other things. Oh, that sounds awful. Next, you're busy. But I started to realize that it's as I'm getting older too, and I felt like that nothing's changing. There's nobody really doing anything about it, and I felt the best model to address it in a way that actually could make an impact would be something similar to what we've seen with Truckers Against Trafficking, which I also am I'm proud to be a supporter of because of that. It's a great cause.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's sort of the reason for creating a nonprofit. But it wasn't until selling my company Driver Reach earlier this year that really gave me the bandwidth and just resources to really lean into it. And so that's been the case through the middle of the year today. And I would say probably the biggest thing this year that has helped us turn what I would say awareness into action was the acquisition of a company called Offshift, which was a young, driver-focused, health and wellness app that I was pointing people to oftentimes from just from creating an awareness about this issue, I would try to, send people their direction. But I recognize that for Project 61 and for to just be an impact in the grand scheme of things for drivers, we have 3.5 million drivers that we really need to be considering here. For us to be able to address that at scale, it's got to be through leveraging technology, one that is free and easy to use.
That lands. I'm telling you, that lands right now, because the idea that if you really are serious about this, not you, but people in general, the idea that if you are serious about really improving health results, health outcomes, life expectancies and all that, you've got to make it as easy as possible so that the person says, look, I haven't got time for it. You say, look, just download this. Just put this on here,
right.
Just get this going. And I have to tell you, because we have a hell of a time getting people to subscribe to a YouTube channel because they think they're paying for something. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
that's really what it kind of comes down to, right? I mean, this is a big get for you. This is a big deal. And we are, we're heading towards November 1st. And in order to make November 1st work, this is a big step towards getting there, right? This really gives people a tool by which they can take this challenge. That's kind of the idea, right? Am I getting that right, Jeremy?
Yeah, so we've got a 61-day step challenge that kicks off November 1st through the end of the year, 61 days. We did it last year with a different app, had a lot of fun, had over 500 people participate in it, a bunch of sponsors. It was wonderful, but we didn't have this app that we have now. And so, doing this through Project 61's app, again, it's free, download it, any, app store or, Google, I don't even know what those Androids, I know there's probably 10 people in the world that have an Android phone. I know it's more than that, but either way, it's free, easy to access and download, and then you'll be automatically entered into the 61-day step challenge. And the step challenge isn't the end all be all, nor any of these sorts of challenges. I think where their real value is it's sort of a tip of the spear. It's something that, if you look across the industry, you're going to have a single-digit percentage number of drivers who will literally raise their hand and say, I need help, I want help, and I'm ready to start now. That's a small amount. It's great. We need them. We want to help them. But there's a much bigger group that will say, I know I need to, but oh, wait, there's this thing that all of my peers are doing. Okay, I'll do that. And it's whatever it takes to just get them in and get them started and get them moving baby steps in the right direction. They build habits, and those habits build, discipline that ends up becoming lifestyle changes that will literally add years to their life. That's the reason why the challenges are so important to me.
I'm going to actually brag on my father-in-law here for a second because he's sitting right across from me. And I kind of wanted, I don't know if you know the full story about it, and I'm going to put him on the spot. Dave, would you just briefly tell Jeremy what happened to you almost a decade ago and what has happened since in regards to your own personal health and well-being?
Oh, let's see, 4 days before Christmas 2014, I'm on the phone with a friend, and all of a sudden it felt like the classic elephant standing on my chest. So I'll go get some Tums, and I tell my wife, well, I got to go to the hospital. And I had a heart attack. It was pretty good. It was called a massive heart attack. But what I'm getting at is that I changed my life after that. And I'm loving my life a lot more than I was 10 years ago.
But tell them how you did it, though. And this is important. We went to your dietary change, but also you are a gym rat now.
Oh, yeah. I do work out religiously at the gym, do weights and cardio. So walking and weights is what I do. And it's made a lot of difference. I've lost, about 35 pounds.
About 35 pounds, and for a man your height, that's a substantial amount of weight. And by the way, to watch him every day, I swear to God, Jeremy, at the end of every single show, it's like, I got to go to the gym. Goodbye. And would literally walk out the door and just head off to the gym. And you're trying to create that kind of habit, right? That's what you're trying to create.
Yeah, that's what it is. It
right?
becomes a habit,
right?
That you don't want to break.
Yeah, and it's also, but you got to, keep in mind, it's a lot easier for you and me
than
it is for the driver. And so it's helping them not just become more intentional about what they eat or don't eat, when they move, because they don't have as many opportunities to move, but they have to make sure that they understand how important that is to their health, that they move. And then, of course, getting sleep, and even addressing the challenges that they have on the road from the just being isolated and the stress that accompanies this tough job. It's a really tough job. Intentional about it is critical.
You know what? Thank you so much for saying that, because you're absolutely right. And that's a component that I just missed and a lot of people miss. It's the fact that it's not because you don't want to do it and you don't have the intention. It looks like that probably. You know what I mean? If you just look at somebody, oh, that guy don't want to work out, that guy don't want to do right. No, he probably does. But he probably doesn't know how to do it, just like I didn't know how to do it before I had the heart attack.
Yeah. Jeremy, we're running out of time here, but really I want you to make sure that we get this in here. 20 companies are sponsoring that 61-day step challenge so far. Tell us about the goals and tell us about your commitment to it.
The goal, obviously, this is a nonprofit, so any dollars that are raised just goes towards the ongoing, sustenance of the organization, of being able to continue the ongoing development and evolution of the app, offering food and nutritional guidance and so on. And the companies that are supporting it, and there will be more between now and November 1st, are just companies that align with this movement, that want to be a part of something that's important to the betterment of the human lives that drive America at the end of the day.
And you are actually, can I speak about this? You're going to match donations. I mean, you've made a personal commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Yeah, I'm putting it out there. Again, I said earlier, I had an exit in my business earlier this year. I have an opportunity. Would I rather invest in Project 61, or would I rather pay Uncle Sam? I got to pay Uncle Sam some, but I'd rather put it towards something that's far more important to me, that I'm passionate about. So, yeah, I will match dollar for dollar up to $200,000 for any sponsorship or donations that we get through the end of the year. So excited about that.
We're excited about it too. And Jeremy, I can't thank you enough for making the time. I love you say align with the movement. I say align movement. So we all should be aligning with the movement to actually be moving more. Can't thank you enough. Tell people where they can find you again before we shuffle off this radio coil.
Visit the website, project-61.org. And certainly you can find me on LinkedIn. If we're not already connected, let's connect. And I know we've got a bunch of other social media channels that are being built out as we speak. It's new. This is just launched late last year, and we're really gaining momentum now. So, please find us.
Tell your story, guys. By the way, Jeremy Raymer, of course, as always, it's great to have you aboard. We'll make a commitment to that. Dave and I are going to take the 61-day step challenge. We can do it. We're already doing it. We're just going to make it official.
I'm filling out the form right now.
Thank you, sir. Have the best of days. Great to have you.
Likewise. Thank you so much. Take care.
All right. That's a good dude again. Once again, good dudes all around. A show full of good dudes and good gals. Of course, that must mean Nemo Nation. Road Gang Radio is on the docket tomorrow. We got a full guest lineup there as well. We're heading into the spooky season. Some groovy stuff's headed your way. Thank you, Dre.
You're welcome, Jimmy. Thank you, Dave.
And listen to Nemo's Night Beat tonight and tomorrow.